to know our players for match number 1.
Yeah, here we go. We got a Cat Cafe versus actually I believe it's Timeless X Missing, who's actually the first opponent here. But there's a lot of missings, right? We have 2 out of 3 teams rating that are missing. So, we're going to get a little bit here and there. But I'm excited. Cat Cafe was a roster yesterday that was just so much fun to watch. Whether, there's a few different versions that we saw of what they were trying to pull out. But especially, you have such great players all around. You have Hittori, she's kind of turned into a mainstay, right? Not even in just calling out heroes, but has a ton of experience in Face It. One of the most recognizable tanks right now in the EMEA scene. And that is going to be one of the big spots here. Can Hittori kind of set the tone for the rest of the squad?
Yeah, and this is kind of a common theme I think we are going to see is the veteran tank talent versus the newcomer in Axe, which we'll talk about later. But for now, Cat Cafe expected to be leading the charge. If this is the starting roster for Cat Cafe, I'm not gonna lie, Jesse, I'm a little worried. Hittori is still there on the tank, but we have Cinnabar, who is typically the main support player for this team, starting on DPS instead of Ivory as of now. And, I think if you are going to have a chance at taking down this Timeless X Missing roster, having a role swap is going to make this rather tricky.
Yeah, that's going to make it a little bit more difficult. It was not something that I don't think, knew going into this today. Then maybe Ivory was going to be missing out on that first match. But yeah, that'll be actually very interesting. Cinnabar, obviously a great player in her own right. Mm-hmm. She has been fantastic on the support role. But playing support and playing DPS could definitely be 2 different vibes, especially against a team of this caliber. So curious to see maybe some comp changes that have to be made just purely due to that as we get to look at the other roster here that is Timeless X Missing. And it's going to be a lot of names. If you've been watching Calling All Heroes for a long time, these players, a lot of them. Each and every one of them has won at least one Calling All Heroes title. And that is the expectation, I think, for this roster moving forward.
Yeah, and championship level talent from top to bottom. And I think the standout for me is Wisps. They were, of course, the champion in 2023 and 2024. Took a year off of competing in the game entirely due to some personal commitments and have come back now to compete again and have slotted in like they never left. And a huge hit scan talent to have to be facing off against. And unfortunately for Cat Cafe, you are down your hit scan player for this matchup, and Wisps, I have a feeling, will want to take advantage of that. But here we have our map pool for the day. We've seen actually quite a few repeat maps for the most part. A lot of teams favoring to go to Nepal unless they have a specific dive composition that they want to run. But we're very much in the era of round tanks here in Calling All Heroes.
Yeah, it's been a lot of Brawl and a lot of Maga in particular over the last 24 hours. And Nepal is probably where we're going to first. Maybe if they want to run more of the dive, then yes, we go to Ilios. But I doubt we see Antarctic. This is kind of just the weird spot of Lijiang is not in the map pool, so teams are kind of changing up their initial strategies. And Nepal is typically seen as the most similar in a lot of those respects. But it will actually be Ilios this time for our first map of this series.
And I don't think this shocks me. Timeless X Missing, having Sniper in as their tank player, they tend to favor this diva a lot. I remember when they first started playing, it was a lot of the diva. I was also going to say Sigma, but we're not going to be seeing any of our favorite Space Grandpa on the field this time. So likely forcing a diva mirror, maybe some Winston from Hittori if she's feeling spicy. The Jetpack Hat ban to follow that up makes a ton of sense considering how defining that character has been to the overall gameplay tempo.
Might be one of the most played heroes right now in this meta. It's crazy. Some of the plays you can do with the cat, whether it be ushering around one of your hit scans, getting your tanks in better position. We've seen the cat high noon sometimes. It is just unbelievable some of the plays you can do with the cat. So understandable. that it gets banned out pretty quickly here in this series, but expect to see the feline join us later on.
I think the Jetpack Cat was something we saw a little bit of yesterday. Not a ton, though, from Cat Cafe. Ironically, like you'd think they're called the Cat Cafe. They want to play cat? No,
you would
not
think
quite.
So. Yeah.
I do think part of that was because they had Selena in the roster. She was actually subbing for Cinnabar yesterday. Looked fantastic on the picks like Wuyong and the Mizuki. We'll be back in again with Cinnabar, just in a full swapped position. I do heavily favor Timeless X Missing now, just knowing where these rosters are. I would like to see what Cinnabar can do, but having even the slightest thing off can make this first match challenging. So we'll wait and see what these players are thinking of heading into this. Will be our traditional first to three, though, for the entirety of the day.
Yeah, even the grand final here, just because it's not actual champs, it's still going to be a first to three. So nice uniform across the board. Once we get into champs, yeah, we may see a little bit more shenanigans going on with some longer series. But if you were here with us yesterday, long series are definitely still on the cards. Like, we had some great series yesterday. Even Ari and Rain during the first two games yesterday, they also had some fantastic games. Yes, they were sadly sweeps, but still some very fun moments coming out of those. So now, as we head into Ilios, we can see if this one will kind of follow that same trend of going at least a little bit of the distance. And it is going to be, if we needed confirmation of it, Cinnabar on DPS right now, teasing the sim as we get ready to go into Lighthouse.
That'll be the likely TP out of spawn swap moment. Just seeing these divas online. You want something that will go fast and isn't just a sitting duck. I think the biggest difference, though, will be in these support lines. Selena, as of now, on the Mizuki. Nenwai was on the Lucio. I hope probably not playing Mercy. Is she? Is she playing Mercy? She's gonna play Mercy and Pocket Wisp because why the heck not? They're already so good. Why not make them better?
You know what? I respect it though. She's just like, hey, why not? Let's give it a shot. A little bit of a welcome back to Wisp here on the main broadcast, and here we go. It's obviously going to give Wisp a major advantage here in the Freya 1v1. Again, against Misson, who actually has a pretty solid position here to start off. It is just what happens next.
Yeah, first touch here from Cat Cafe.
Okay,
and we were kind
Cinnabar.
of dunking on Cinnabar. Granted, I think there was a chain involved in that play. So Peace might have been on a leash. Probably was on a leash when that happened. But she's going to go on and pick up a second, almost a third as well. So it seems that the Tracer for Cat Cafe, main support or not, is putting in the work.
That was not how I expected that first fight to go. Cinnabar's different role does not matter. Nice little first fight win here for Cat Cafe, and already some changes being made here for Timeless X Missing. Peace will go over to the Vendetta. The Mercy experiment has concluded here from Nenwai, as she will go over to the Mizuki. And now pretty similar across the board. Peace will kind of more be targeting Hitori rather than the backline, just because the Diva can eat up a lot of that Tracer damage, not really as much against a sword.
Yeah, so you're either going to play more defensively or just go in on these hit plays. As target was called on Selena, Z's had a kunai from downtown to help. Can't underestimate the damage that the Fury Counter provides, especially in the hands of a player like Z's. Missing are just going to move on to the point. They're not going to make sure Cat Cafe are cleared off to prevent any sagas.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. Peace having the time of their life so far. And obviously for Peace, it's kind of awkward. They have Face It later today, lower finals with Nightmare. So this is maybe even just a nice warm-up going into that as well for a very long weekend of competition here for the Flex DPS. But now, Timeless X Missing, great position early. They already have the Bola from Wisp ready to go, just depending on when he is wanting to pull that off. But Cinnabar, first one to have it all here for Cat Cafe. But it's going to be a little bit tricky getting this pulse up.
Wisp is in a rat of a spot. Bullet shot dead center on a Missing. With some good healing from Juno and Selena. Have to drop a little longer than she probably should have. Wisp eventually, though, will find their bounty. Self-destruct force out of Hitori on the high ground. So let's get the remake. All the meanwhile, rest of Timeless X Missing took the opportunity to jump on her back line. It'll be another reset for Cat Cafe.
And Hattori just gets absolutely jumped as soon as the rematch goes through. I think by the time Hattori actually was able to start moving again, she was maybe at 200 health, if that. So, yeah, a little bit of a failed experiment there. Actually, that'll prompt another change. Hattori onto the Wrecking Ball, looking to cause a little bit more chaos and maybe shift some of that attention over to point.
Put some pressure on the point, maybe force these NY out of position, stir in safer. Really the same heal potential, excuse me, you normally would have. Cinnabar, first one to hit the deck. Wisps has been finding these shots back to back, and Cat Cafe have struggled to walk up onto this point. He's coming up with another. It's 90+% at this point. 5 ultimates on the board. Timeless X missing. Make that 3 now. Just with those early ones that were popped. Something's got to happen with this Kitsune Rush for Cat Cafe. We're looking at round set and done, and Wisps make sure it is just that another double kill coming in for them. Corey, 200 darkness is all at this point as the hamster, but will be in a rude awakening. Next touch has to come in. Beasto drops the sword out a whole lot of nothing. It's the Wisp show once more.
Yeah, the DPS of Timeless X Missing just taking over the second half of that map, leading to a 100-34 win on Lighthouse. As soon as, some of the tomfoolery got shifted away from with the Mercy early on, definitely feels like Timeless able to get the groove back during the rest of it. And now the challenge is here for Cat Cafe. How do you answer this DPS line? Because the way you answer is going to be very different. Obviously, you want some CC, need some target focus on the piece when they're going in for some of these plays. But Wisp is 11-1 after the first round. That is a little daunting if you are Cat Cafe. And you almost have to commit to one or the other, right? Pick with better of two poisons. And maybe just run it down. May Roadhog here as we go into okay. A little bit of a classic.
No, just seen the flying pig iteration of this before into a diva, but this time it will be a ground tank. Cat Cafe, I guess more looking to play uber counter dive. And anyone from Timeless X Missing who comes close, I think its Wisp doesn't really need to get close and is in fact a lot safer from that. So this is the poison that they are looking to counter. The one that can get up in their face. Cat Cafe has now what a hook, max range from Hattori. Good high piece. Definitely meant for Cinnabar, but the ice block got her out of that situation. Cat Cafe, you managed to get that first half despite that later trade, and they're just not in a good spot yet in terms of positioning to make a full step towards the objective, and these hooks from Hattori are too good.
What a nasty hook. Just waiting for Sniper to try and go in on the back line, knowing that the Jets won't be back up to escape, and another one from Hattori. Oh my word, a little bit of showmanship afterwards. Cinnabar will give up on the May, realizing that the walls really aren't going to do very much right now, especially with Peace. Now onto the Pharah, understanding that it's just Missa who ideally is able to get a lot of those shots online. So it'll force Missa to play a little bit more safe, but it doesn't matter when the hooks land like that.
You think he just can't stay within a 12-foot radius of this Roadhog. But nope, has not been respected. Hattori has missed a total of 1 hook this entire time. Cat Cafe will maintain control.
And she's hunting too. Oh, there's missed hook number 2. Sniper just trying to live here in the backline of Cat Cafe, but it is a very dangerous game, but eventually is able to escape up on the high ground. Now Kitsune Rush available here for both Kitakos, but it's going to be Cinnabar in the backline that's disrupting the beginning of this fight.
Kitsune Rush out from Timeless X Missing. Kind of wanted to send it on the Cat Cafe supports, and that will be successful before he cannot sustain without the extra healing from there. So Timeless X Missing, you get the swap 7-7.
And now you look at it for Cat Cafe, just trying to get back to that point and get that capture once again could be a tough task because it's a lot easier with this composition to hold ground rather than trying to gain some. And, well, no Tracer now. Was that off spawn? Or was no? I think it was by Coast. I think that was by Coast. Still a great kill overall. Just slows the pace down so much and allows NY now to build up the rest of the sound barrier.
Just the win column Timeless being on the Flora Freya composition. Pure hope. They want to turn Hittori into a pincushion. Although Wisp tries too close to the sun, aka Selena. In this instance, not the Elim we thought we would be seeing. So you can already tell there are several steps being taken backwards from this team.
What a chain.
But a beautiful chain from Selena. So good yesterday on this Mizuki. Only so much can be done as the whole hog sends Beast into a different zip code using the barrage. Timeless Missing are still in control of this point. Managed to get players back on in the nick of time. Use 4 ultimates in just this fight alone. Keep it sustained. It's working out for now. And until Cat Cafe gets Selena back, I'd say this can be a bit dicey. There's the Sanctuary as the flip comes through. Even if Vittori's hook goes wide, they are still in a much better place, guaranteeing a minimum of 1 fight territory. They need to keep this Roadhog up. Everybody from Timeless X Missing is turning to look at her. Even Sniper, who bit off way more than they could chew. But Selena just jumped in front of the self-destruct. That's 2 now that go down. A fumble from Cat Cafe. Now you don't have the numbers to win this fight out. Even if you have the tank, Tori has to run for her life. Not enough help to make it happen, and these hooks aren't hitting the same way as they were before. This is the only one that are keeping these hopes alive. It just will not be enough.
I don't know about this. It's only 2 left here on point for Timeless X Missing. It is just such a scrappy fight. But when in doubt, Wisp is able to pull the fight out of the bag here. Now, 20% remaining here for Timeless X Missing, but that flip is so important for Cat Cafe. They can take their time on their recontest. They don't have to rush this at all. Hittori now over on the Diva to try and help with a little bit of this. Deadeye 15 away here from Missun, 30 away from the Kitsune rush here from Juno, but it may not be enough as Z's already has hers online.
Timeless X Missing know that they have an ultimate advantage here, and I'm expecting them to use it early as we see Swift making dashes forward. Dead stick onto Juno. They go bye-bye. The Kitsune rush, way too much damage for them to handle. Cat Cafe gave them fight. All credit to them. The Timeless X Missing proving former champions that they are and the caliber this roster has. They'll take Helios 2-0.
Yeah, look, I will say I respect the hog play. Because it did honestly work for a while, but eventually, as we saw, Timeless X Missing able to spread the play out just a little bit more and avoid those Roadhog sight lines to kind of finish up the rest of the team beforehand. But this is when it really got scrappy. Both supports here are dead. For Timeless X Missing, it just turns into a TDM at that point, and Wisp is able to help pull it out with the help of their tank. What a weird first map, though, of this series. Just some looks that we were not expecting to see at all, but now the power shifts over here to Cat Cafe on where they would like to send us next.
And, you know, was that map closer because of the surprise factor of the Roadhog? I think so, to be honest. Like, there was, I think, a lot to be said. Missun had a decent performance on the Cassidy, but it was just the Whips show from start to finish, if we're being totally honest. Popped off on this match, even got a 4K at the tail end of Helios to clutch up 4 Timeless X Missing. What can you do, I think, about this player going forward is a serious consideration that Cat Cafe need to make, and how they can adjust their strategies going forward. Is it more surprise picks like this Roadhog to try to throw Timeless X Missing off guard and hope you can get enough of a lead before they can figure out a proper counter?
Yeah, I think at this point, I know it was the battle earlier of like, oh, you're picking the better of 2 evils, and they did have to counter Peace pretty well. Like the Vendetta went completely away, but then this Freya was still a massive pain in the side of Cat Cafe. So as much as I wouldn't mind them going to a poke map, they would have to ban out the Freya, because at least the Sigma would be back on the table unless they want to ban it themselves, which I doubt. Hittori would be vouching for that at this moment. So I could see that working. If not, maybe we even go with a full dive. Obviously, we saw a little bit of the Diva gameplay from both sides. If you want to get rid of that, maybe take that away from Sniper. May also not be a horrible idea. But I'd say the playbook is still pretty open, depending on which route Cat Cafe would like to take.
And Cat Cafe have like the entire map pool that they could pull from. I think it depends on, do they want to go to more of a brawl map? I think that's the comfort and the strengths that we saw them pull out mostly yesterday. In particular, that Melga that Tori just loved to play around. If you can pair that up with something like the Reaper, or Missing even played Tracer at some other points, but we'll be going to Dorado. We are not playing Malga, most likely, and we want to stick to more of these dive compositions. A bit of a shock, I think, just considering how that last map went. I think the idea is, though, that you're going to put Hattori on the Sigma here and set up for more of a bunker, setting having to play dive on dive.
Yeah, I think that could easily work, especially because the Diva from Sniper was so good that last map of just monitoring the pace of play, always there for that little bit of a counter dive, but also knowing when to int, when maybe the Bola shot was going in from Wisp, pieces going in on some of those plays. Once they swapped over to the Genji or the Tracer, Sniper was always exactly where they needed to be. So I would worry a little bit if the Diva is not banned here from Cat Cafe, some of the damage that would be able to be done from Timeless, regardless of the composition here from Cat Cafe. But still waiting on that initial ban here on Dorado. And I wouldn't, like you said, though, that Sigma, just holding it down, especially on the defense, can definitely work. The attack is just maybe where I would get a little nervous, just because the Sigma can be so slow. And if there's a counter dive coming in, there's only going to be so much Hattori can do in that situation before the fight's just over.
Yeah, it's basically you have to play every single one of your questions perfectly.
Pretty much.
Kind of cooked. It is Hattori, though, and if any player could do it, I have a lot of faith in her to be able to pull that off. And Sniper, too, is an excellent Sigma player. Should the Diva get banned, I'm not really worried if I'm Timeless X missing. But we can really see a Cat Cafe are taking their time to think about this. I do think it is a winnable match, but you have to, I think, understand that having this role swap with Cinnabar might mean your strategies change a bit, which just seemed to be the case, just based on how they decided to play Ilios.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be a little bit of a gameplay change. Granted, like, I think the game plan right now for Cat Cafe is obviously different than what they maybe initially wanted to do, just because, yes, they have Cinnabar playing flex DPS right now, which, yeah, typically isn't the greatest. And even Missa, usually we saw yesterday playing more of the flex DPS rather than the hit scan. Ivory was usually the one on hit scan. So it's kind of like double flexing around right now on what exactly is going to be the game plan. And again, yes, the benefit is both of these two teams already guaranteed top 3 finish, still in a great spot for champs, regardless of how this ends. But of course, you want that extra money. You want to have that bonus seeding going in with such uncertainty of what the meta is going to be. And it is, in fact, after a pretty long debate here, it looks like, from Cat Cafe, it will be the Diva taken away. And it's actually Timeless X missing, putting away the Freya.
Interesting. We're playing Widow. Wisp is 10,000%.
Yeah, probably.
Widow.
Yeah.
There is no shot. And that is like one of the first big iconic plays we got in Calling All Heroes, is just this guy popping off on the snipers. And clearly wants to try to keep that up if possible. I could honestly see some Ashe or some Sojourn. Both are viable options as well. But I think knowing that Cat Cafe don't necessarily have a dedicated Widow player to match that, it makes this all the more worthwhile for this team. So maybe a gamble in the long run. I can see this backfiring, but they just have so much trust in Wisps to make this work out that they're going to stick with it anyways.
I'm a little afraid for Cat Cafe. I'm just
Yeah.
like, we've all, if you've been around the scene for long enough, like, you've seen the OG clips of just Wisps wrecking shop on hit scans, especially on the Widow. I am a little scared if that is the play here from Timeless X missing. Obviously, there's going to be probably not much of a dive. We're both expecting it to be more of still like the poke with Sigma. Maybe we see a Wrecking Ball come out from a Tori. That is still definitely on the cards here for Cat Cafe, and that could give Wisp a little bit more trouble than maybe they're wanting to bargain for. But it's a lot of ifs right now here for Cat Cafe. But why not throw something at the wall, see if it sticks? And it's not like this is an elimination game either. Team Missing X-Ray is waiting to see how the series finishes up, and they're definitely taking a lot of looks. We do have a roster change, and I believe maybe no, it's going to be Yosheb who will be
Whoa.
joining now on DPS instead of Cinnabar, who now shifts over back to support, and then Selena heads over to the bench.
I know that we heard roster change. I'm like, oh, Ivory's back. Nope, we are instead putting a tank player on DPS, and Cinnabar will be back to her main. Oh, I have an update. Yoshim will instead be playing the tank. Hitori will be on DPS.
Oh my
so
God.
we're getting creative with how this is going out here. Double Hitori right now, but Yoshim is all player, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not too familiar with Cat Cafe.
Familiar.
Has been on the bench the entire time though. Has not made an appearance for this team yet. Broadcast. But that's what I'm gonna guess. I mean, we're on this map. You know that the Diva is banned, so they're gonna try to stick to the dive. No idea what Hitori's gonna plot on the DPS. Personally, I'm looking forward to that. Maybe we get a Hitori Wisps Widow duel on their timeline. How do we feel about that? Tank players can aim.
Maybe.
Hitori has to go out there and rep for all the people. Just said tank players can't aim. Actually, that's what's gonna happen.
Why do you say I can't aim? You know, is there like a little bit of a double line here? Granted, my aim is awful. Carrier Qs, by the way, tonight. Yeah, but okay, yes, Yosha going to be on the wrecking ball. That was kind of the expected here. As soon as we saw that swap go through. And it's actually, again, no Jetpack Cat banned that time from Timeless X Missing. Bastion did not get banned at all. So for now, teasing just pure chaos right now on this attack. Sombra, Cat, Bastion, Wrecking Ball, and then Juno is kind of just there for the vibes.
Okay. I don't hate this.
I don't hate it either.
This is honestly pretty great. Bastion. No offense to Cinnabar or Hitori, not the highest level of skill expression here. And Cinnabar is the one that's doing most of the work. All Hitori has to do is hit her shots. So, again, tank player, got to do the aiming thing. Cinnabar has got you there as your personal cat sitter. Versus Timeless X Missing, need to be watching out for these Cat Bastion swings, wisps. Really the only threat is Missing has already found out.
Yeah, Wisp being on the Cassidy is going to help here to a decent degree. You at least have an answer to Missing on this flank, and even can slow down Yosha a little bit on some of these roll throughs. But it's going to be right now just hiding in that little corridor, trying to stay out of sight here from Hitori the best you can to not give away some free damage.
This middle section is typically a very good spot to bunker down until Cinnabar just drops Hitori on Rib's head. So can't really hide in there. Now the Bastion is kind of free to do whatever. The issue is these trades and Yoshim getting dipped by a table. So you don't really get any payload progress off this, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can tell Yoshim was like, wait, roll. Like, roll, what are we doing? You get a little bit of an awkward spot there, but overall, still, very good fight here for Timeless X Missing. And Nenoi, it definitely has a little bit of pressure on her to land some of these chains, especially on the roll throughs here from Yoshim. But honestly, as long as you just stay alive, like that is the entire game plan here for the backline of Timeless X Missing. Force Cat Cafe to make a risk and to try and finish it up. That was a great tech. Hello?
Wisps is dead, surely, right?
Nope.
No, never mind. Wisps is fine. That's what Sniper is for. Just stand there and be their personal bodyguard. Tori, no, nice pick onto Z's. Not a ton of sustain for Timeless X Missing. Tori, maybe a little ants in the pants there for pressing the Bastion form. Just puts everyone into a small room, and there's the artillery strike. This actually do a huge chunk of damage. Most players able to dodge out of it. Climb, increasing from Sniper, denies the roll through from Yoshim. And the Kitsune Rush just says bye-bye to pretty much everyone else.
And then you just see a Tori in the distance. Just kind of still hanging out with Cinnabar out by the coast, taking a little bit of a beach day. Things are going to get trickier for Cat Cafe. The issue with this comp is if you can't, very easily win the fight, you have no payload presence right now. Sniper can kind of just chill on point with not really that many worries. And yes, as soon as this turret forms out, this Bastion threat diminishes at all. You can tell everybody just kind of chilling in the side room, but can still contest. There is no worries at all.
No, the positioning for Timeless X Missing is perfect for what they need to be doing. But Hattori is behind them, and that kind of leaves them in a damage sandwich that they're trying really hard to get out of. Minefield more so blocks them out than blocks them in. So they are in the open space for a minute. That is a great flex from Sniper. Turns Hattori into a pancake. And it does do it for this engagement. We should see a reset from Cat Cafe. Sanctuary, never mind. Cinnabar is not then yet kidnapped Sniper. But actually, I think got cut off by the fountain. So doesn't actually get the value you wanted. We're down to the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, Cat Cafe has to reset. Great 2K there from Sniper late in that fight just to make this at least somewhat winnable. And the Sanctuary is used to delay some time. Artillery strike gets nothing here, but it's going to be the rush.
Whoa. Shooting there from Sniper. Like, oh my goodness, thank you. I love you so much, Z's. Even though you are currently dead, I will make sure to avenge you. Or at least they're going to try. Caleb does want to take precedent in this. It will be last fight. Peace taking out Juno into Yoshim, surviving on a mere 100 HP. Will not last long at all. Cat Cafe coming back with some of the first Sierra that I think we will see, and probably the last we'll see from Hattori. That will be a full hold here from Timeless X Missing. Although I can admire the creativity.
I respect it. Considering the situation they are in right now, I respect them going for it, right? And you have a ball player as well as Yoshim on your team. You might as well give her a shot on a map like this where the ball can work really well. It just wasn't enough this time. Every single time, a few picks went their way. Still some sort of answer. Again, 2K there from Sniper, who didn't die, by the way, 10-0 after that defense. Like we said, just a solid presence on that point. A lot of credit has to go to Nenwai and Z's as well for keeping their tank alive, but just a pretty flawless defense there. And now as we flip sides, why not? You kind of have to stick it at this point here if you're Cat Cafe. But it will be Juno. Now that a little bit more of defensive position can go the Ana instead.
And Juno's Ana, I remember them from last season, right? That was like the first time we saw them in Calling All Heroes. I think had the best Ana performance that we have seen in Calling All Heroes, at least for that season. So the fact that they've continued to kind of climb up the ropes and can pull out such an impactful pick here may be the missing ingredient for Cat Cafe. It is, of course, going to depend on how much value you can continue to get out of these Bastion swings, binding with Yoshim.
Yeah, it's a lot of if values right now, but I do like this. You might as well try it as Wisp. Here we go. Obviously, you can tell maybe the Wrecking Ball's up there, so don't want to waste the grapple. Here we go.
The duel that we've all been waiting for.
Oh no.
We were waiting, and we're going to continue to be waiting because Hattori made that look easy. You got a 2-for-1 with that pick on to Nenwai, and Timeless X Missing said, you know what? We'll be done with that, or at least Nenwai is. Will stay on the Widowmaker. If you can hit a headshot on any of these squishy characters, you get pretty much halfway through the point.
Yeah, and the experiment, I think, has concluded. There it is. I'll give Wisp credit. You might as well give it a shot. But yeah, maybe back to the drawing board on that one. But Z's actually opens this up very nicely. Nice little headshot on this one, and that gives away so much pressure now. But what a sleep!
That's gross, Juno. Like we said, good on this Ana pick. Like, it is a catalyst for this team. But they have to find the payload, Jesse. And because of that, Sniper has managed to get it to nearly one-fight territory. If this composition from Cat Cafe wasn't so fast, Juno lost all of their high ground positions as well.
Yeah, at this point, already, Timeless X Missing has a decent control of high ground. Obviously, that artillery strike actually is able to find Wisp. He loses the Tracer 1v1. So this could be a reset here forced, as Hattori really has no answer to her at the moment, but instead, Timeless, they're just going to chill here on this high ground, wait for the DPS to return.
I think it's the most impact I've seen an artillery strike yet.
Yeah. When it's not like in a grav or, in a flux, something like that.
Just raw artillery strike. Yeah, you'll take it. I mean, Wilson was chasing down Wisp, but also have a cat to kind of drag them around, and you're very vulnerable as a result. So here comes that pile drive with Christian swing. I think it's 2 seconds behind, though, on that form. Good chain, though. It's on Yoshim, barely able to sneak away. But he's also got Cafe, Jesse, right around the corner.
And already we've seen another change here from Wisp. Actually goes over to the Emre. Have a little more self-sustain with a nano onto a Tori.
But you just can't find the targets. All you see is Sniper holding the grasp, and at that point, your mission form is over, and so is the nano. You do take advantage of Cinnabar not taxing the Tori and come up with a couple. Your support line's dead. And Peace and Wisp finally found their way into the back line like they've been trying to do this entire time. And Wisp has struck gold with the Emre pick. You'll have the Wrecking Ball in motion. She'll come back with the minefield, but it is looking so Jover and NY Boudin good on this Mizuki pick. Flux, go ahead. One last ceremony of goodbye for Cat Cafe as Timeless X missing. Move up to match 4.
A decent hold there for Cat Cafe, but their offense just not enough to get them in enough positioning here. Once we flip sides, it is still 2-0. Now for Timeless X missing, and Z's actually gets play of the game. She had some great shots, I will say. Kept the Tracer in check very well. This was, I think, Yoshim just, not agreeing with tables. How to turn tables and can't turn around tables, apparently, during that one. So now back to the drawing board goes Cat Cafe. What they would like to do next, we tried the dive angle. It didn't look bad. But I feel like, especially now that you don't have that diva ban anymore, you're maybe thinking something, whether we return to the brawl or even maybe try and poke. So something else at this point, considering how that map went.
I didn't hate the Cat Bastion idea. No. I think Cat Cafe knew they had to hook something up, and there was some serious potential. Like, they can replicate this on another map. Maybe they swap so Tori's back on the tank. You try to play some Mauga with the Cat Bastion on, I don't know, something like a King Grow or Brawler type of that and push. But yeah, I think it looks better for Cat Cafe. Definitely made Timeless dig deep into their hero pools, and of course had some silly moments like this one here with the Tori getting a 2-for-1 at the very start of that game.
Yeah, that was rough. Like, we were hyping up, Wisps, here we go. Here's the widow. Return, and they're off the map because of a very nice timely kill on their taxi. But yeah, Timeless X missing. This is, again, there's a reason why they kind of entered this tournament as the favorites, but then again, they had that 3-2 loss to Cat Cafe during the Swiss stages. But again, we don't really know the context of that game, and obviously Cat Cafe not necessarily at full strength at the moment, just because of other factors. And we just got a little bit of a tease of what chat was going on. And there's a little bit of some joking around going on right now from Wisp.
Yeah, not too thrilled about how that Cat Widow duel ended up working out, but yeah, I think still Timeless X missing cards very much in their favor. Looking ahead to what could be our third and final map, I think Cat Bastion might be the way to go. If you are this Cat Cafe team, unfortunately for you, the bans are not in your favor. Cat and Bastion both available for Timeless X missing to ban. Should they decide to do that, it's the only thorn in their side for the most part.
Yeah, having both options available. Granted, it's not like Timeless X missing was really against running the Bastion aspect of life. But as we get ready to go into Colosseo now, it's a very good Cat Bastion map, right? Mm-hmm. It's a very good map for it. I wouldn't be shocked if one or the other was banned. Obviously, Diva and Cat cannot be banned here initially. So it's actually going to be the Lucio that is banned out. A little bit of a target ban onto Nenwai and wanting to force maybe a slower composition or forcing that Juno into play.
It feels like more of a protect ban, honestly, than anything else. Or it could just limit playing things like a Lucio Kiriko if you really wanted to. But when I see this specifically, I'm thinking you're either running Mauga with a Juno Brig, or you are sticking with your Cat Bastion, or doing something along the line. Yeah, Cat something. The Jetpack Cat will be involved in some way, shape, or form, which I do want to talk about these supports for a second, Jesse, because it almost feels illegal. For those of you that are familiar with NA Ono BCS, the DPS duo of Z's and Nenwai from Lunex being on this Timeless X missing roster.
Yeah, it's a little disgusting. Just a
little OP. Little OP. We got to patch that, honestly.
I don't know how Roster Mania let that happen. Like, that is blow crazy. And there's the Bastion ban. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the Protect ban on the Cat. Obviously can't protect both, though, so the Bastion out of play. We can still see some Cat shenanigans, though, here. Whether it be, I don't know if we're going to see more Cat Widow, but we could see some more here. And time will tell if Yoshim stays in, now is the question. Do we see Hattori go back over on tank? Do we see Yoshim stay in? Obviously, a few different configurations that we could see be brought out here from Cafe.
I think if you're planning on running the Cat, Cinnabar needs to stay on the support role.
Yeah.
Just because that is one of the few characters that I think you need to have a very specific idea of how you're playing and how you're practicing it. And Cinnabar is that player for this Cat Cafe team. But if we don't see that happen and we see some other swapping around, then I would expect there to be more of that slower poke. I mean, Selena is great at this Mizuki, as we saw earlier on in map 1. Same goes for the Wooyoung, which can be pulled out. Which, reminder, Jesse, last time we saw Cat Cafe on this map, they completely swept it, did not give up even a percentage of a meter.
Yeah, that was against a very good Extra Oblivione roster as well. So, yeah, it definitely is one of their better maps. It looks like we have not been notified of a sub. So at this point, I'm led to believe that we are just going to be holding strong. So Yoshim still on tank, Hattori still on DPS, with Cinnabar staying put on main support. Again, still a very decent ball map. A lot of long hallways that the ball can go through. So if they just kind of want to continue this chaos comp that's going on, there's a lot of different angles as well on this map. It could actually work a little bit better than it did on Dorado, but still very different than what we saw from them yesterday on this map, just given some of the changes, and that is going to be the case. Yoshim stays in.
Yeah, so Yoshim, again, really only know them as a Wrecking Ball player, so if she does have something else in the pool, now would be the time to see it. I don't think we will. So she will likely stick that pick, Cinnabar, on that Jetpack Cat as we theorized. Without the Bastion, that is kind of the most valuable and easiest to pull off combo with this Jetpack Cat. Tori moving over to the Cassidy, again, following the arc of can tank players aim, especially against the likes of Wisps here. A lot of pressure on her shoulders to get the value that Cinnabar is going to try to set her up with.
Yeah, it is a lot of pressure here on Hattori. She doesn't need to even land every shot, but just trying to stay alive, land some shots to kind of fend off Wisps and Peace as well here on the flank. And Juno's going to be fighting for their life. It could be a little bit rough here for the Ana.
What a roll out there from Yoshim. Moving over the roof. Maybe expecting that Juno might still be lurking around, but has since left the area. This Mizuki pick, though, from Nenwai is going to be very important. To more so keeping the certain pest under control. Could be this hamster. Slow approach. Title is putting pressure on the Brat, making sure Cat Cafe have to come to them, which can be difficult with this Ana, which is no longer a factor. He's fouling their way into the back line. Even if you end up getting the trade out, which shout out to Tori for this Wits, not having that feeling of the Ana will just mean the end of that engagement for the most part, at least in terms of the main part of the team. Yoshim doing their best to stall this out.
Yeah, she just kind of has to hang out for the time being and get out. But yeah, so far, Nenwai has stood up to the task of landing some of these chains, delaying some of these attacks, or even just stopping all the momentum. And honestly, as long as she's able to do that, Sniper and Peace able to keep some pressure on a Juno, it's going to be a very rough fight here for Cat Cafe. But, okay.
Or not. The Bionade from Juno. I mean, we talked about how important she is with these team compositions and how they function, and great example of that. But a stick from Peace, bye-bye Yoshim. That is one exploded hamster. And Cat Cafe, despite the great setup that they had, and they're doing their best to cover for not having a tank at the moment. Will be back fast, and Cinnabar not having to tow around Tori means she just can go full Battle Cat without punishment.
Yeah, just ints right on in. I don't think Peace was really expecting Cinnabar just to send it like that. But now you can allow Hattori to get up on the high ground with the noon.
Had I put that Suzu, ooh, picture perfect from Z's. Although Wisp does just have Hitori basically hand-fed to them by Cinnabar. Questionable play of choice there from Cat Cafe, but they're still getting so much progress off of this.
Yeah, still a good amount of progress. You're not the lead quite yet, but still working on it. Pulse eaten there by Sniper, but it doesn't really matter, especially with the fact that Z's already out of the fight and NY all alone here to heal the rest of our team. But Cat Cafe, again, they don't have that point presence to really get this back moving, but the lead is theirs for the time being.
Yeah, lots of shiny buttons available, though, from both of these rosters. I'll see what they're able to make of that. I think having the Kitsune Rush for Timeless X Missing is their biggest X factor for this oncoming engagement. Really thought Juno was considering Nano. Oh, no, she just said it. Nano on Cinnabar, grabbed the Cassidy. Wisp is now in the middle of the team for execution, and that is one shiny jetpack cat. Cinnabar, so many resources invested into her, but Sniper's just like, okay, I can ignore the cat and just look at everybody else on team, which is very valid strategy. All things considered, the Chaos Cop from Cat Cafe seems to be getting the better of Timeless more often than not.
Yeah, at that point, you just delay more time, too. Eventually, Timeless X Missing is able to win that fight, but for how long? Cleanse already out. Dive goes into the back line, and Z's has no resources left to keep herself alive, but it won't matter for the time being. Now it's Cinnabar kind of stuck in a little bit of a tricky spot. And this bot, for like the last minute or so, kind of just chilling here in mid.
Don't let him get away.
That was the Tracer picked up. Wants to get Peace on top of this backline faster, but Z's, she can just poop out of danger. Oh, well, that last great chain from NY, though. Bye-bye, Cinnabar. Minefield, you just don't have your escape to get out of that. So it is very scrappy. Timeless are okay with it this time since it is in a small group.
These chains have been, game-breaking here for NY. Every single time she's in trouble, able to land it, at least give herself a little bit of relief before we get in. But a great job from them. And it's still both DPS ulti for Cat Cafe if they want to stall this out. Lead does swap back over, however, to the Timeless side, but a beautiful nade sets up the fight.
How does Juno keep doing this? Playing Ana into this comp is so difficult. And that's the third 3-man nade which managed to grab this entire time. I believe it is for its opponent's cap, though. 4 Timeless X Missing. Yoshin couldn't get to the point, and I can't tell.
I think it's maybe like a meter away. I don't think so yet.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't get it. I got baited. Never mind. Well, maybe they got baited.
Oh my god.
You'd think at this point that Cinnabar would just decide not to fight NY with how many times that has happened, but clearly has not learned her lesson yet, and Timeless X Missing real will get their forward spawn this time.
There we go. It's still both DPS ults here for Timeless X Missing as well. Sanctuary, just to kind of fend off whatever onslaught comes next. Maybe the Nano, whether it be back onto Cinnabar potentially or it going on to somebody else. It does feel like if another fight goes Cat Cafe's way, it's going to be a very daunting task for Cat Cafe to get back into the series.
I love that the Nano options are Jetpack Cat or the tank playing DPS. Beautiful mating pen from Juno, though. Forces the cleanse, and then Nano's got to come in at some point. Who exactly will it be on? Peace is up on the high ground. Trying to put some pressure onto these supports. The catnap from Cinnabar. And just gets Sniper low. Won't result in any final eliminations. It's still Cat Cafe, though. With this ult advantage, they've been so patient with their resources for it only to result in a 1-for-1 trade. Now it's going to come out on to Yoshin. Almost forgot that is even an option. It's just too little, too late. Timeless X Missing got on top of this backline before Yoshin was in a position. Get a pile drive set up with Peace on Tracer, with Missin on the Tracer. Timeless X Missing will just keep pushing forwards.
Yeah, 100 meters now for Timeless X Missing. Still have self-destruct and the Deadeye here. Is Deadeye in the air and another beautiful cleanse.
The cleanse also sets Wisp up to make sure that the counter Deadeye is good on the Cinnabar. You'll be back very fast. You are the Jetpack Cat, but the timing too close to Wisp, so it did not move. Not their fault. The Cat Cafe in a risky situation now, even with those 2 picks. So much distance they have to make up.
Yeah, that was a nice little boop there from Yosho. Just to set up the extra elimination on that pulse on Disease, but Again, this is not done quite yet. The spot is going back over to mid, though, but the back line is getting decimated as this is going on. Trades back and left. Juno down. So is Yoshim. Nenwai gets traded, but this is just all sorts of messy. Forward spawns did not get flipped, I believe. Almost all the way, but not quite. As Timeless X missing. Will be very content just to continue stalling this out. Only the one ultimate use. Still 3 on the board. Soon to be 4. And Yoshim, why not? Throw something left in here, and it's going to be Morgan time for the final 2 minutes of this map.
Malgan time with Hitori on Shion. That is a up all time. We'll see how it works out. You're fighting face first into his Kitsune Rush, and Yosim's health bar doesn't seem to be having a great time with that. The defense matrix with Sniper perfectly placed to deny the cardiac healing. Team kill almost for Cat Cafe is one final fight, or rather one final touch from Cinnabar, who they know is lurking around these roads.
Yeah, they know Cinnabar is lurking around. Yeah,
Another chain. There we go. That will go ahead and do it. Timeless X missing. We'll take the series at 3-0, although that was quite the way to end this one out.
Yeah, very entertaining map here on Colosseo, and Timeless X missing. Guaranteed top 2 seed, 4 champs, and they will get to play for the number 1 seed later on today. As now, honestly, not too much time here for Cat Cafe to kind of relax and a reset. They will play pretty much in the next 10-15 minutes against the team that they actually also played relatively recently in Team Missing X-Ray. So that's going to be an interesting one because Cat Cafe haven't really had a ton of time to play with this set roster. We'll see if Ivory is maybe on the return, because if not, Missing X-Ray has the chance here to pull off another upset in this tournament.
And we went to 5 yesterday after all, and I wasn't for no reason, so we'll see what Cat Cafe are able to tuck up in that one. But in Timeless X missing, though, I think we got to see the caliber of strength that this team actually has. Even if they were thrown through the ringer of what I would call a glorified deathmatch in this last map, they still just showed that their individual mechanics can cover for the times that, team play may not be the full way to go against Chaos Bombs like this one. But yeah, this is the roster we expected to come out on top. For now, they guaranteed themselves at least $1,000 of the summer season cash pricing, potentially $2,000 should they come back. But they'll have a bit of a break before those grand finals are.
Yeah, no, they have the benefit that Team Missing X-Ray had, to where they can kind of sit back, get some food in them, relax, and watch this next series unfold and have a pretty set game plan on how they want to enter that grand final, which again, everything today, 1st to 3. So again, they have a little bit of time here now to relax and set up. I am curious. I think Missing X-Ray, if you're sitting here watching that game, you're probably feeling pretty good about yourself going into this next series, because there's only so many different looks right now that this iteration of Cat Cafe can give you. And now hey, that Wrecking Ball band probably is going to come out at some point if Yoshim is in the lineup. So that definitely hampers what Cat Cafe would be able to do.
I think it will depend on whether Axe is currently awake for their match or not.
Yeah, true.
Hopefully,
Let's see if Axe is up.
Did unfortunately sleep through one of those games yesterday, so we'll be like a fantastic player nonetheless. But yeah, and it's still quite a bit of action to come ahead. 2 best-of-5s. We get the rematch of our 5-map series from yesterday coming up. Granted, very different look from both rosters, actually, that we will be seeing going on forwards. But I am excited to find out what this has in store for us, because this is just kind of a taste of what the competition can look like before we head into championships.
Yeah, these teams haven't really played each other since Swiss. So that'll be interesting. It was actually Missing X-Ray 3-0 in that game. So granted, we don't know. Maybe it was a very similar situation that we have right now, but yeah, Missing X-Ray, they want one more upset, and we will not have an interview because I'm feeling, we could be seeing Missing Timeless a little bit later. So I think they're just going to kind of take this break to get set up, relax for a little bit. We're going to go on a little bit of a break as well, let Cat Cafe kind of just settle down for a tiny bit before that lower bracket final. After this break, everybody, Cat Cafe versus Team Missing X-Ray for a spot in the grand final. And Hattori kind of doing a little bit of a role swap here, going from a tank to DPS. I will say her hit scan was not that bad during the last series. I just felt like a lot of the initial engages would go in, wouldn't find elimination across the board, and then it's really hard to get that comp going if you can't find those opening picks. On a map like Ilios, however, this Wrecking Ball can still work out very well. I believe Cat Cafe will have the first ban, so probably a Protect on the Wrecking Ball, if I had to guess.
I think this map is the single best that they could pull off, just with the strengths that this roster has on the roles that they are forced upon. The Jetpack Cat with the Cassidy, Jetpack Cat with the Bastion has looked pretty solid. But you want to put Yoshim on the best Wrecking Ball control map in the game. This is the one spot you're really going to have a chance to show that off that is not named Dorado in our current map pool. So I'm excited to see what will be coming of that. The problem is you protect the Wrecking Ball, Jesse. Both Cat, Bastion, and Cass will all be available for ban. So yeah, they will ban the Malga just to guarantee they can get the ball.
Yeah, take out one of the big plays here as well from missing, actually, which I will say maybe a little worrying because I feel like there's a lot better of Malga maps that are later on in this series potentially that now you don't have that ban. And anyways, the Bastion ban will still go out. So Cat Cassidy, something that we saw Hattori pull out earlier in this series, still very much on the cards, but obviously won't have that Bastion to have a lot of that damage going in. So we get ready for Ilios, but the question is, do we see any more Hog shenanigans? Probably not.
Oh no.
Because it was Hattori on tank at that point, not Yoshim. So maybe not some Hog, I would think. It's not really a surprise considering we've seen it already.
I think when Jetpack Cat's here, we could get Flying Pig maneuver. It's a little cursed, but it can exist, theoretically. Because maybe Axe does it. The heck, why not? You're playing against a Wrecking Ball. Your main Malga just got banned away from you. probably won't see it on this map. I think Ruins is you have more of an excuse to bunker down and do stuff map, whereas Axe just wants to prove that wrong and start on the pig anyways. And that is, again, the advantage Team Missing X-Ray have, the opportunity to watch the last series and know what Cat Cafe's tricks are.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an advantage their way. This is actually on Ruins at first, so I wonder if that would change things a little bit. And if we did need confirmation, yes, Satori is still on the hit scan. Mison on Flex DPS and Yoshim on the Wrecking Ball. And it is Hog time.
Okay.
Maybe just not the team that we thought would be playing the Hog. It's going to be Axe running it down. Mison on the Pharah, though, going to be a little bit more pressure on a Nadokado to land some of those shots as Axe just kind of gets to walk up bridge for free.
Yeah, I like this a lot in Cat Cafe. Perhaps expecting this Roadhog to come out from Axe. Although Missing just kind of flew in a straight line at Nadokado and he found out the hard way that she too can't hit her shot. So a bit of a rough start for Team Cat Cafe here is Missing X-Ray. They get all the free space because of Axe with the DPS who get to run the show.
Yeah, Axe just kind of gets to sit on point. There's nobody on Cat Cafe that could really do a lot. Yes, Satori can land a lot of shots and force a lot of the take a breather cooldown out, but it's going to be really hard for a finish to go down on this Hog right now, especially considering the way Axe was able to land some hooks already on the Yoshim. Stops all the momentum on some of these engages, and because of that, Mison actually goes over to the Widow just to kind of defend off everybody and make them think a little bit longer, and then goes right back over to the farm.
And I think the goal of Cat Cafe is knowing that because of the Roadhog, we want to make sure our team plays as far away from their comp as possible, out of hook range, but still can get the value. So Satori will have the goal shot online at this point, just because of that, despite losing that last fight. A good flashbang, though, onto Yoshim, combo that up with the hook, and there's too many cooldowns for this hamster to have to dodge. As you also have Crumb's chain on top of it, Satori goes the goal shot just for the heck of it, perhaps considering the swap.
Yeah, maybe a swap coming right now. Mison is stuck behind and already getting hunted down by the TPS of Missing X-Ray. And this X-Ray team right now, firing all cylinders, very similar to the form that we saw yesterday from this roster. Tori will now swap. Will stay on to the Freya for now. Both DPS ults plus the Kitsune Rush available here for Missing X-Ray. And it's pretty basically fight territory, but you got to watch out for Cinnabar. This catnapping, the coast is right there, everybody. It does not take a lot.
There are a lot of ways to stop the catnap on Team Missing X-Ray. We'll have to be pretty calculated from Cinnabar. Should she find a successful catnap, right now will be this touch. Has to walk through Cameron's Kitsune Rush to get there. Catnap lands onto Crumb, I want to say, but it doesn't try to go off the map. Just tries to get the elimination. Mizuki, so slippery, will not find the elim. In fact, it's Nadokado who pops the Deadeye to confirm the elimination onto the Missing Pharah. Unfortunately, too high flying is the ball. It'll be 100-0 for Team Missing X-Ray. That's the wishing they didn't ban the Malga right about now.
Yeah, that Magomed maybe gonna have an issue because there's no answer to Axe at the moment. Axe is just living their best life over on point. We don't even get to go to well, which I will say is maybe a little bit of a shame. 0 deaths.
Wow.
For Team Missing X-Ray. A perfect round across the board. That's gotta sting.
Yeah. Anyone surprised that Nadokado has more elims than the other DPS and tank combined, though? And that's just Nadokado effect, honestly.
Yeah.
And she's just kind of shutting down the kind of carries. Like, you're expecting Yoshim to be a CC sponge here, so the DPS can do stuff, but Nadokado has just said,
It doesn't matter. I just hit shots. Team wins. That easy.
The swap?
Maybe. No.
They are on Ano. Juno is on Ano.
All right. I respect it. Like, it is a answer to Axe, right? Like, it is something to at least get the ball rolling on a lot of these fights. And there we go. Crumb taken out, maybe sticking around a little bit too long, but answered right away.
And still cannot underestimate Nadokado even at that range. Pick on the Crumb. It's a bit more helpful. There's a name from Juno, too, that helped set that up. And seen how much that they can do if the Alma is left uncontested, which that's the nice part about playing with Cinnabar and Jetpack Cat. You can kind of go wherever, whereas Yoshin can send you whatever. Cameron takes a dive off the cliffs of Helios, even as Yoshin is dealt with. Team Missing X-Ray have control of the point, with the advantage once again, having Axe on pit.
Yeah, just no way to really force Axe off of that point, but the rest of the bodies right now are just starting to fall down, and it's just Axe remaining, and that Ana maybe starting to rear its ugly head a little bit here as Cat Cafe finally able to get their first fight win of the map and get some percentage rolling on through. Juno almost has that nano already, so the swap is working out. Just the question is for how long. Crumb will make a swap over to match the cat of Cinnabar. Maybe give Nadakata just a little bit more mobility, or even Axe. Are we going to see? Oh my god.
Oh my
god.
Flying pig maneuver. The forbidden flying pig maneuver. But nobody's home. Axe just
trying to look at
trespass for, failed trespassing. But that's okay. We'll move back. I do wonder now if we are going to get the nano onto the cat to win the duel, or even just a stall, because Yoshim, you're kind of the main person you're expected to do that. Instead, it's going to go into Hattori, who was instantly hooked and sniped down with the combined efforts of Axe and Nadokado. And the flip will just happen anyways.
Yeah, flip goes through. Nano was a nice effort there from Juno, but yeah, the hook, the finish there on the Hattori finishes that up pretty quickly. And now Nadokado has free high ground because of the cat. Has that high cat noon that is available here.
That's getting at least one for sure.
Oh my god, the pillar.
Snapped Nadokado, he poor soul. Doesn't get a double flash, but it's two supports. They're playing patty cake with each other in the back line. That won't end well. Although meanwhile, Cameron is continuing to practice their cliff diving. It's the second time that has happened. And Team Mixing X-Ray, though, you're just so safe because of Axe. Like, if all else fails, you have a Roadhog.
Yeah, you're able to do some of these very deep hits, right? With the cat noon, and be like, nobody's in a cat point because Axe is here, right? And at some point, they'll either call it out that it's too much and people have to back up, or can deal with it themselves, like a little bit of a whole hog, sending Yoshim all the way to X-Ray spawn.
Well, delivery, yes. It didn't go off the map, though, which is the nice part for Cat Cafe. So Yoshim, she'll return to drop the
Oh my god.
Oh, the cat is failed by yet another dead center hook out of the Axe. Does not miss these, but will be missing them as they are off the map. Yoshim, great clutch from the Wrecking Ball, and kind of the scary part about playing on this point against the likes of a Hamster Main.
Yeah, it can get some work done. That point is basically a perfect size for the minefields to go down, and Cat Cafe able to hold the line here at least for a little bit. Still have the nano. Probably just going to be used as a safety escape here, whether it be on the Yoshim or Missa. Ebola shot, that was a whoops.
She's fighting her demons. What
the demons
was that?
are speaking pretty loud right now for the German. My God.
Yeah, maybe thought you heard Mickman, maybe a fat finger, but I found Mickman, and they had a little bit of a birthday gift for you, Hattori. Or rather, a rebirthday gift, since you're back to spawn. Now goes this time on to Missin, and it has a bit more success than it did before. Yoshim and Juno together, though, will be the main clutch factor for this fight. Like, it's just illegal how good Juno is on this hero.
Yeah, the fact that they haven't really been punished at all either, right? Like, they're just kind of chilling up on the high ground a lot of time. Beautiful nade and the cleanup, and all of a sudden, this is one fight away, but Nadakado's looking.
Uh-oh. First part was like, if I can't see her, she can't see me. Not quite how that works, unfortunately. In the small corner, flip back over to Team Missing X-Ray. In overtime, Yoshim gonna book it to try to touch. See how long that can actually last, though. In fact, it was Mission, actually, who got that first touch. Won't be much more, because Nadokado does not miss. Last-ditch effort minefield from Yoshim on the point. Axe can walk into those for days. All of the health regen possibly needed. Team Missing X-Ray looking to take Ilios home in a 2-0 fashion.
2-0 over Team Missing X-Ray, but it did at least look like a little bit more fight was given up there by Cat Cafe over on Lighthouse. And, Yoshim was able to get the play of the game. It felt like we said, Axe just sitting on the point, just so much to deal with during a lot of these engages. Great boot there as well onto Axe, but a lot to work through here. I'd say if you're Cat Cafe, at least so this ball can work. I don't know if I would go back to Dorado like you did in that last series, but if you want to try it again at Coliseo, I don't think it's maybe a horrible idea. You have other ball maps so you can maybe play around, but then you just need more protect bands, and now the Maga is an option here for Axe. And if you're worried about your backline getting ran on before during some of these dives, amplify that by 10 if a Maga is in play.
And the hard part, too, for Cat Cafe is they look infinitely better with Juno on this Ana than the Kiriko.
Yes.
And while you can get more value, you're just not safe. They are so vulnerable if you're not on a high ground. So it means you're stuck in this Cat on a setup, and your Cat ideally wants to tow around a Bastion or a Cassidy potentially for Hittori. We'll have to wait and see what that ends up looking like. I think if you want to protect ban the ball again, you definitely go for something like Roadhog, just because it's an insurance there. But also, we've seen Yoshim pull out this Malga a little bit in the last series. It's not that she can't play it, it's just not Cat Cafe's preferred hero.
No, definitely not the preferred hero from Yoshim. But again, we know she can play it. Some of these are Deadeye kills, just disgusting here from Nadokado. And yeah, missing X-Ray in a very comfortable spot, I would say right now. You win the map. Map 1 that was the pick of Cat Cafe, banned out one of your best heroes, and you still sweep it. You gotta feel pretty good about your chances now heading into the rest of this series. And yes, the Bastion can rear its ugly head if the Cat does sneak through the bans as well. But it's still a pretty decent position here for X-Ray to sit in.
I think they're very happy with where they are. It's like, yes, that last round was a bit closer, but it didn't really feel like they were sweating it all that much. Like, not sweating as they weren't trying, but they weren't too concerned about how the result of the map would turn out. Because, again, if all else fails, break glass, axes on Roadhog, and Nadokado just doesn't miss. So I think whatever map we see Team Mixing X-Ray go for here, it'll be telling pretty quick of whether they are going to prioritize this Wrecking Ball or try to match Axe's Malga.
Yeah, that's the big question here. Like, do you want to match it, or do you want to try and play something else and change it up a little bit? I don't know. It really is going to be just whatever you're most comfortable with. I can see both options working here for Cat Cafe, but I also see X-Ray finding an answer to both. So I don't know if there's a perfect situation for Cat Cafe. My worry is if you go to any sort of rush map, it's just going to be Maga. And I don't know that Magamir is a very scary situation if you were Cat Cafe, considering the quality that we saw yesterday. That's how part of the reason how Missing X-Ray pulled the upset against Extrablivione was a lot of the Maga comps. So if you're not really used to playing it, it could be a very tough task to try and push past this team. Still waiting here, actually, for the map pick of Cat Cafe. Taking their time, knowing how important this map can be.
Yeah, and I think, unfortunately, for Cat Cafe, too, is you're looking at this map pool, the Flashpoint mode as a type, you're going to be playing Malga. Every escort map except Dorado, you're going to be playing Malga. I think the only guarantee here would be a push map or that Dorado, as previously mentioned. As much as I would love to see, like, the first Neon Junction in Calling All Heroes, highly unlikely we're going to be seeing it today, as it will, in fact, be a return to Dorado for the Cat Cafe squad.
So now the question is, do you maybe just go back to Diva Dive? If you have a Torion tank, do you try and stick this ball? And if so, you'd have to use another Protect ban. But then you also kind of have Cat just there as an option to ban out. It's really going to be a tricky spot for Cat Cafe, depending on how they want to do it. I'd say protecting your ball is probably the best option you have, and you kind of just have to wait and see how the rest of this goes.
Yeah, I think it's a guarantee. If you are protecting this ball, the Cat will be banned. Neither Crumb or Cameron seem super married to this pick.
Oh, yeah. I understand why. Right? Like, if you were on the way that was playing so bad, yes, it's going to be a little rough, but maybe you can use the Jetpack Cat to kind of usher your Roadhog around. We do have a swap. Ivory is here.
Cavalry has arrived.
This changes the entire inflection of this series right now. Because now you have a traditional hit scan. You can run a lot of your normal DPS lineups. You can bring Hattori back over to tank. Yoshim, I still did a fine job. I don't even think she did that bad. But it just, obviously, it's a different format to this team that you're not used to. And there was a lot of growing pains that we saw throughout these last few maps with that roster configuration. But that gives a lot more options. That is a very interesting ban. We've had a lot of weird ones this weekend. That could be first.
In Cat Cafe's defense, Cameron has played Moira a little bit. On this map, I don't think so, but Cameron has played it.
That's got to just be a cat protect, right? Like that's
it's a cat protect for sure.
Moira, it being Moira is that's an interesting one.
Yeah. So that the D.Va ban is much more logical. I think you want to take away the option of dive. So Axe either is gonna try to force a Malga mirror. I also see Sigma as a very viable option. It's a good matchup into the Malga. It allows you to do more of this poke, which you can now do. I think my big concern for this map as well was just Nadokado free farming everything. You now have Ivory to be a huge player in helping match her.
Yeah, having Ivory back is a giant plus here. And now everybody's back to their main roles. You're not also worrying about like Cinnabar having to shift over in certain lineups. And this is going to be the Cat Cafe that we know. And I'm really curious to see how much of a switch that is and how this series is going to play out. But yes, having Ivory back, again, also just a fantastic, Freya player, fantastic Ashe player. Both are very good on this map. I'm very excited to see how this series goes down. Now that we have kind of both teams playing with their best rosters, this is when it's going to get good.
To pretty much ignore everything that we've said about Cat Cafe for the last,
hour.
20 minutes? Hour? Yeah. Actually, yeah, because they were in the first series too. So, pretty far back. A new and refreshed look for this roster. I'd love to keep Juno on this Ana. If Juno was on this on the defense, it makes so much dang sense. Of course, as I say that will not be happening.
Not be the case.
No. And I think that's it's a safer pick to be on the Kiri, all things considered, especially with Hattori going on this Malga, because you are fully expecting that out of Axe.
Yeah, and Axe actually initially here teasing the Zarya. I don't know if that's maybe just to put a bubble on the Nadokado when she initially goes up for this first play, or what it shall be, as Crumb's taking a little bit of a jump ride here as we get ready.
Open up the jetpack. Gotta calibrate it.
Yeah, right. A little bit some pull-ups, just with the jetpack only. I wish I could do pull-ups with the jetpack. That'd be
I wish I had a jetpack.
Yeah, right.
What I'm saying, I would love a jetpack. Team missing X-ray will in fact be on Zarya, which is a decent matchup in the Malga. Not great by any means. I think the main focus is going to be on this Nadokado versus Ivory because they're dangling from their cats.
And neither cat really wants to be the first one to make a move. You can see the silhouette of the Cat Cafe Cat Bastion setup. Just chilling, waiting for missing X-Ray to make some sort of move. Neither team really just wanted to do anything quite yet. There it is.
They've purposely dodged each other up until that point, making counter rotations. But now they have an idea where each one is set up. And there's so much pressure on the payload. Axe ended up walking back to spawn, swap to the Malga. We'll force Cat Cafe to drop eventually once we get to this choke. But here's that first major swing. It's Ivory who activates the form first and will come with both Nadokado and Crumb. That will halt the push instantly.
Yeah, that's a Reaper swap here for Mickman, trying to help out on the front line a little bit, as Axe did very quickly make the swap over to match the Maga of Hattori. But again, with this meta right now, as soon as your Cat Bastion dies, you're at such a disadvantage. You have no answer to this threat from the skies. And now you can see Ivory just very content to wait a little bit longer. But as soon as they're spotted by Axe, this has to reposition just a little bit.
You say, welcome back, Ivory, to the game here. Very much missed for Cat Cafe is looking again to take this duel against Crumb and Nadokado. The sky, there goes the Bastion form. Nadokado detached from her Yoshi manages to stay alive because there's a drop down from Tori as well. Ivory, though, is disconnected for a hair. Single-digit HP will be enough to take out the Bastion. They invest so many resources there, Jesse. Just disregard when Tori just melted Team X-Ray's backline with.
Yeah, honestly, just nobody looking at Hattori at all, and I don't think she's going to complain whatsoever on that. That just seems like a great day out for Hattori. 5 ults on the board here for Cat Cafe. Soon to be about 3 here for Missing X-Ray. Mickman's, with this Death Blossom, it's going to be a little tricky. It just depends on how they want to get into position for that ultimate, and also to worry about cleanse. You have to worry about getting stunned out of it by Hattori. I don't know if it's really going to get a whole lot.
Yeah, no, not quite. I mean, Nadokado has been struggling to go against this Bastion so far. Team Mixing X-Ray putting all their eggs in one basket. It just has not been the right one so far. This time, though, it seems pretty clear that Hattori needs to be the focus. Mickman putting her through the blender with the Death Blossom. That will be the go button for Team Missing X-Ray. Just cleaning up the remnants of this fight. No longer worried about Bastion.
Yeah, no have to worry about it at all. Ivory actually goes over to the Symmetra just to try and TP some of their team over to try and get a touch, but doesn't end up mattering. Team Missing X-Ray, they will get first point, and actually more on this map than we've seen the entirety of last series already. High ground already controlled here by X-Ray. Beautiful positioning to start. Obviously, a lot more to work with here as Nadokado just has to stay alive to take his next swing out.
I think you've got to be careful if you are Team Missing X-Ray, because I think they struggle in the neutral with Mickman being on this Reaper. If they can't close the gap with the Tori, which, guess what? They closed the gap with the Tori. So if they can keep finding a way to do that, this attack will be a breeze.
Yeah, the attack looks a lot easier if Mickman can kind of close that gap. Obviously Missman's going to be in a very similar spot. She also has a lot more mobility to get around and is able to escape a lot easier than Mickman. It's a little more choreographed when they're trying to get in and get out. There's Catnap available here for both cats. More than likely not used for an environmental, just try to displace somebody in the back.
There's Cameron, though. And someone with the first pick for this team, and Nadokado will have her revenge, at least on the Bastion. As the cats decide not to engage with each other instead. But Cinnabar changes her minds in that Crumb is out of the boosters in the front line. And as a choice from Axe, I would really like to see that save to kind of come up for these big ult fights. But if all you need is Cameron, then hey, all you need is Cameron. Great triple from them, and suddenly, I'm sorry for ever doubting you, Axe and Cameron.
Yeah, it just basically downs Cinnabar. She has no way to escape. The rest of that fight goes well, but this rush, on the other hand, could be an issue.
Yeah, but you do have a great button called Cardiac Overdrive and a bunch of extra overhealth that Axe is able to gain instantaneously. Cage fight goes out, a great hoop to throw Axe back inside of it, and that will be enough for Cat Cafe to be able to stabilize after losing what was a 2v4.
And nice little stagger there on the Cameron as well. And yeah, that looked a little dicey, but nice little poop just to kind of put Axe back into that cage fight, block out a lot more of the healing from Cameron and Crumb. And Missing X-Ray. 1 minute remaining here. They will have that Death Blossom cage fight combo again pretty soon.
Well, I don't know if they're going to use it immediately. Not having Nadokado. And you just wait, you'll pick her up with the Bastion, or with the cat, excuse me. The concern is Cinnabar and Ivory making a play before you are set up for that.
This game of Ring Around the Rosie is
What is this?
this is something.
I'm getting dizzy just watching them.
Yeah, right.
But,
Oh my god.
Crumb doesn't have Purr. Crumb doesn't have boosters, so I just think pull back off from her. And whole 30 seconds wasted.
Yeah, the fact that Crumb's able to live that, though, as I say that, she gets very low, but does live. And now you have that combo here from Axe, but it's almost dead already.
Yeah, that was a defensive cage, realistically. Trying to block off Ivory, who just hops in the cage, and a mistake that they will regret making. Missing that had Glory, though, just kind of decided, we need to commit. We need to make sure we can end this fight here and now. Only 5 seconds remaining. Plus, of course, cage fight on the way. Looking pretty grim. 14 Missing X-Ray. They have to come up with a pick somewhere. This cat duel wanted to be where it was. Cinnabar lived with a sliver of HP. Takes out the opposing cat. And that will go ahead and do it for this push from Team Missing X-Ray. Seemed like they had wheels on it, but Cat Cafe were quick on the brakes.
Great hold there from Cat Cafe, and still a decent push here, obviously, for Missing X-Ray, but you could tell maybe just a little bit of rust going on here with Ivory in the lineup, trying to get back to their normal lines, but very solid defense here for Cat Cafe, especially that first point hold. It's like a great alt combination from Missing X-Ray to get that fight going. That was really the only true fight that they were able to win during that round. And now Cat Cafe in a pretty decent spot to even us up at 1 apiece, turning this first to 3 into a first to 2. But now we can see some of those changes that are maybe coming out. The Maga on the defense can sometimes work a lot better than it can on the offense, but continue to have a Cat to usher the Maga around, maybe not as much of a concern.
Now, I think this is starting to be more of a common approach to maps with high grounds like this. Jetpack Cat is just the solution. You can play some of these round tanks that typically are weaker because they don't have access to that more priority space. And we've really seen, I think, Cat Cafe have a bit of a better understanding of where they want to be and how they want it to take these initial swings. They're playing the comp that they have scrimmed. Same with Team Missing X-Ray, which is why these two squads are such a good matchup for each other.
Yeah, it's a great matchup because they both want to play a very similar way right now. It is just kind of the very micro adjustments that both teams are making in terms of how they want to move forward. Nauticato, again, we'll just kind of chill back here. No reason for her to poke out anything too crazy early on. Considering, again, it was Ivory winning that duel a lot of the time. You don't want to feed away an early pick.
You need to be very safe how you're playing. If you see Ivory pop the form, I don't want to engage. Nauticato and From will be getting the heck out of there. And now it's her turn to take the uncontested swing. This time, you have a better target to focus. Tori on an island of her own. Not much could be done, but unfortunately, it does cost you From. Use all of the boosters to get in. Nothing left to get out.
Now this leaves Nauticato a little bit of a tricky spot. Has to jump down back with the rest of her team, but it gives some free real estate to Cat Cafe. You can see Cinnabar and Ivory already on the swing.
Taking their time, I think having these artillery forms more on sync with each other, or excuse me, the assault forms more on sync with each other, a lot better for both of these teams. So they can either take the even duel in the sky, or they can put equal pressure onto the tanks as the priority, but Nauticato was way too low from the ground. It's ground stomped by Hitori, disconnected from Crumb's tether, and a massive error from Team Missing X-Ray opens the floodgates for Cat Cafe to send it down on deck with the help of Ivory's ultimate. And that will just be the end of this hold of arguably point at the rate that we're going.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of first phase. Cat Cafe will have plenty of time to try and finish out the second phase and win their map pick as they had 2.5 minutes back on the clock. 4:40 remaining here for Cat Cafe, and already try to challenge that high ground, not wanting Missing X-Ray to have any sort of presence here on the high ground before this fight starts.
Oh, but there's a Bastion and a Cat, but it's not the combo you expected. One Cinnabar I would want back. I think it's going to slow down the tempo, which makes me slowing down the tempo. Mick has prevented the payload from moving this entire point. So even though Cat Cafe have the positioning, they're kind of net zero and everything.
Yeah, just maybe an extra 15, 20 meters that now has to be regained here from Cat Cafe. Considering the fact that Mickman was able to stall for so long, but will it be enough? The pulse bomb is the only thing really remaining.
Okay.
I love Hitori emoting to be able to see around the corner. That is cheeky.
Oh, we both Malgas slamming on top of each other, as Malgas do. Cardiac overdrive from Hitori ends much, much earlier. Nauticato is in the position to shred the tank. Has not given up on these Castion duels because it hasn't been needed if Hitori is gone to begin with.
Yeah, if Hitori's already out of the equation, it doesn't really matter how much you're going to win that 2v2 in the air from the Catchins. So that is going to be a decent look here. As yeah, basically just well, difficult spot actually for her to be in. She's able to get out, has a pulse bomb of her own, but nothing here for X-Ray. It's going to be up to these Cat Bastions in the sky to find one of these openers.
sake of time looking, is we have like 3 separate duels going on. We have the Castians, we have the Maugas, and the Kirikos together, and then we have these Tracers, and Missin and Mickman, who's just responsible for both pushing and stopping the payload. But there we go, Missin is the firm dip on to Mickman. With them sat down, we're now around the final quarter. And for final fight, Team Missing X-Ray need to put a stop to it. And it's a good start with Cinnabar. You don't have as much strength on these pushes. The spoons are so much closer for this defensive team.
And still, you almost have this Kitsune rush now from Juno. They just want to lay the red carpet and try and finish this map.
Both Kitsune rushes overlapping each other in the front. Great catnap from Crumb. Does stun up the Cat Cafe backline, forces Satori to use the cage defensively, pull the destroy instantaneously. That's what the Bastions bring to the table. When we're talking about these DPS, we're talking about the tanks. How about the support? The combined 4 kills from the Cinnabar Juno backline will get the job done for Cat Cafe. After all the cooldowns are expended, they're going to tie up this series at 1-1.
This is the Cat Cafe we've been waiting for all day. And finally is able to unleash here on Dorado after failing on this map during the first series today, able to clean it up. Some decent marks, though, here for Missing X-Ray to try and take out of this. Obviously, some very winnable situations that just didn't maybe necessarily fall their way, but still a pretty nice game plan, but a lot of Maga. If we were kind of curious when we were going to start seeing it. Ended up just being whenever Ivory got back, Hitori is able to swap out over without creating kind of an awkward domino effect in the other roles. Now this is kind of a very comfortable position here for Cat Cafe to kind of settle in and go back to what's worked in the past.
I think I'm starting to see why they are called Cat Cafe.
Yeah.
Perhaps for the purpose of Cinnabar existing, which I think that was kind of the big difference maker in this match. Was just how well Cinnabar and Juno together ended up playing, setting up these flanks, setting up to make sure that they had their tank in the right spot. I think there were some like minor positioning errors here and there that were punished, but it felt like for the most part that they had control of the space that they wanted to when they wanted to get it.
Yeah, they controlled the tempo of this game extremely well. And even plays like this, obviously, Hitori goes in a little bit deep, not able to get the reward out of it, but it didn't really stop her from making more of those plays. Like, yes, for every time we have a clip like that where she gets burned down, there's another one where she makes a fantastic play, creates space for the rest of her team to get the job done. So that is just that catch-22 that you have to have when you're playing the Maga in this kind of setup. So now a very decent position for Cat Cafe if they want to continue this swing of momentum into their favor. And Team Missing X-Ray will have to decide where we go next.
And it does feel like we will be remaining on this, if not this exact composition, a very close variation of it for the remainder of the series. The Malga ban already used too by Cat Cafe, and we know that's Axe's comfort pick. Will not stray away from that unless they are forced to. So, and with them in the driver's seat, Jesse, the majority of our map pool is very brawl focused.
Very brawl hyper focused. Yes, we have some dive maps, we have some poke maps, but especially with Escort out of the way, that takes out 2 giant poke maps in Circuit Royale, and here we go.
Here we go.
This is Maga Central here on New Junk City.
Yeah, the only thing that might change is I wonder if we don't play the Cat Bastion here. This has been a pretty typical pick for wanting to avoid that exact iteration of things because a lot of these points have low ceilings and cats are allergic to ceilings. In the game of Overwatch, will be a Sigma ban though. I think that makes sense. That has been the alternative for Cat Cafe if they are not feeling the Malga pick, and a decent counter to it as well. So we'll see what the follow-up is from Cat Cafe. My thing is wondering if it's going to be a support ban to try to, it's not going to be Sigma, I can tell you that, but a support ban to try to force like a Juno Brig, and instead will be the Reaper targeted Mickman to make sure that there's no additional frontline pressure on him.
Yeah, just trying to let Hitori live as long as possible. And we've seen before Reapers can just take over the game right now. We've seen it whether it be here or in Face It as well throughout the week. especially on a map like this. There's only so many different angles to where you can look. It's a lot easier for the Reaper if they have just a few different lines of sight that they have to worry about. This is one of those maps, especially here on the opening flashpoint. So that's a pretty good asset to take away here from Team Missing X-Ray. But this, to me, this is feeling like how the series is going to be decided, right? If Cat Cafe is able to win this, they continue the momentum. One of the best map picks here for Team Missing X-Ray. If you lose that, you're going to be in a very rough spot entering the final 2 maps of this series.
And we're in a very macro-focused meta right now. Or I say meta. These 2 teams are in a very macro-focused team comps, and with that matching up. And I do think that there is a certain level of experience that plays into this. And at least in the case of Cat Cafe, a lot of these players, especially like I'm thinking the likes of Corey, Miss, and Ivory, have been around for a hot minute, playing these compositions, especially playing them together. The core of the 3rd place Dreamland team from 2025. So that will help them in these longer fights. The only difference in these comps right now is going to be the Vendetta making an appearance.
Yeah, Vendetta here for Missin and Mickman. Again, we've seen Vendetta here and there, especially on Flashpoint, and a little bit here and there. Kind of on New Queen Street, we've seen it once or twice. But it was a little bit of a visitor that she's not really expecting in that moment and decides to just dip out.
No, thank you. It's like that might be their entire enemy team around the corner. So, it's the typical ring around the rosy shenanigans, but Missing decides to cheat. We're not going in circles. We are cutting through the lines, and we'll be punished for that unethical approach by both Crumb and Nadokado, who's on one of her signature picks in the Sojourn. I am scared if I am Cat Cafe looking at her.
So we did see how this went yesterday. Like you and both of them were quite well, the pop-offs that Nadokado had. So definitely trying to lean on that here in their map pick of New York City. These Vendettas, as much as I think they definitely are a threat for a lot of this pop potential, I do feel they could also be the ones getting popped a lot of the time if they're not careful.
Yeah, it's really about how you can coordinate your approach to the team. I think there was a bit of miscommunication, how quickly Hattori and Nissan were ready to collapse, and this time it's the opposite. It's actually decides to go first onto Hattori, but it results in that 1-for-1 trade. Have the further results. Hattori is so far away from the rest of her team. It's easy for these DPS of Team Mixing X-Ray to get their jobs done.
And already we see some changes here. Mistin will go over to the Shion. So giving up on the Vendetta experiment, wanting a little bit more range to join in with this roster. And now actually just going underneath. Needs some sort of touch early on to keep this going. Give your team a chance to just continue to rush. Or not.
Or Nadokado just classically picks him too with a disruptor shot. Because why not? It's a 5v3 before the fight even started. Crumb, buddy, I don't know about that one. I think she wants that back. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt and say that was a fat finger.
Yeah, is that worse than the Bola shot earlier? I don't know.
I think the Bola shot still takes the cake.
The Bola shot was just Hattori fighting demons, which granted, I get it, not her normal role, but yeesh, that's gonna be one that Crumb is going to want back.
Oh.
It just opens the door here for Cinnabar to play aggressive with her own tempo beats, or even for Hattori. No worries now during this cage fight.
You zero countered it. Any of these ult that Cat Cafe are about to throw at you. In fact, Crumb being the first casualty almost feels poetic from that. And it's crazy how one small error can put the entire ult economy at risk, and Cat Cafe will take advantage of it.
Yeah, very good pickoffs there. And yeah, at least if you're Cinnabar as well, pop your ult early. So she's at least able to kind of keep track of where Crumb is for her sound barrier as well. You're not going to lose track of it as much. So now, still cage fight here. For Hattori, could maybe pair it up here with the Satsuriku Spree if Misun is able to build it up fast enough, but that's a big if.
Yeah, I don't think you have time to wait for the extra 30% of it all, personally. Like, Hattori has to go before Team Missing X-Ray can get the setup. But the call is to just run everyone into the cage and break it. So it's kind of null and void. Not a though. is incredibly low. Midland takes the opportunity to try to punish some of these players that don't have the cooldowns. Don't trade it out enough for it to be a 3v3. But without having Hattori, Axe can just thrive on this point as long as they want. Cat Cafe's only mission is to stall, but if you want to try to win, this can build Satsubaku's spree at last. Does enough damage for 2 Elans to happen, and for time for Hattori to get back into this fight. This is the experience that Cat Cafe have at their backs, the confidence to clutch up these fights, and as a result, will tie up this Flashpoint map.
Honestly, just 2 very elongated fights determines that Flashpoint. That's exactly the fights that Cat Cafe is going to want. And now, again, no ultimates really going into this. They will just try and pull out 1 or 2 from missing X-Ray, or just take an uneven fight. Don't take the fair fight, but all Cinnabar still get sniped in the meantime. Okay.
You say sniped? I think there was barrels like 2 inches from her head.
Yeah.
Still a headshot regardless. So, and that is a huge pick because that does throw off that sound barrier building time even further. Crumb will have a significant lead on that now. Although I don't think you should use it, considering the player advantage that you have. It just depends if you absolutely need to keep Axe alive. Me and Cat Cafe back off, though. We're just going to chill. Let the point come to you.
Okay.
Never mind. We're not chilling.
No, not chilling anymore.
We go in. We run these down and demelt people, such as Missing, and everyone backs off. And we don't use the sound barrier this time.
Smile. Okay.
now we do.
This fight just doesn't end. All right.
Yeah. You know, as a play-by-play caster, sometimes I like to get a break. Speaking with these teams, are all just go, and I'm also here for that. We have pressed nearly every shiny button, only Crumb to be the casualty. But it's still enough for Cat Cafe to plant themselves on the point, guarantee the flip. Do they actually have legs to keep this fight going? It seems so. Is Team Missing X-Ray focus on retreat?
Even though, Missing X-Ray, they're just like, all right, if you want to push in, cool. We are here for the counter punch. At this point, we'll flip once again. What just an awkward set of like fights, just back to back to back. And Team Missing X-Ray, because they captured during the very beginning of the scrum, already 50%, and now the overclock from Nadokado, well, able to find one.
Basically 2 with Mickman.
Yeah.
A small little peek there on Missing to guarantee it. But Team Missing X-Ray, again without a tank, is relying on the supreme poke damage of the DPS and Cameron. Like, this is just fights of players overextending and then winning and then overextending again.
Yes. It's just that endless circle that you see on social media all the time. It's Misa almost dead. Mickman now not ready to be done.
Ooh, that was so risky from Mickman. Less than half HP, but still comes up with 2. That's Sudoku's spree. Gets it done, and Team Missing X-Ray are up to 1. Like, I'm so lost on what the actual team play is at this point.
Feels like a fever dream, that entire Flashpoint. Like, that just a very awkward Flashpoint. But now Missing X-Ray, they have complete control of the point, has as much time as they would like to try and set up. They'll have the Kitsune Rush from Cameron, maybe even a cage fight from Axe soon to come. The only ult they have to worry about on the other side is going to be the Sasuke strike from Misa.
Great chunk of joyride there on a Missing, and like that just almost wins the fight outright. He forced the Suzu, the poke from Axe, Cameron, Nadokado. There was much of an answer to it. And Mickman, honestly, it's had the if on the Shion so far.
Yeah, Mickman's been just a little nuts on this hero. And Cat Cafe just has to chill out. But because of only using the rush from Cameron, now you have the cage fight. Crumb, as long as it's not a celebratory sound barrier again, will have it for another one of these big fights. And considering already at 30% and counting, you maybe only need to win 1 or 2 fights to finish off this map.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Crumb. We do love you.
Oh, yeah.
So does Hattori. She kind of just runs at her. Going the ult is there. Satsurugi's spree out from Missing, which ends up breaking Axe's cage, and also they're back because the poke damage that was coming in. Nadokado throws the overclock out as well. And this is an insane attempt at a clutch. Ivory is already down on 2 different players. Yeah, I can get the sound barrier out of Crumb, but you have to make sure another full fight can happen because these players are going to get staggered out further unless Ivory is working as much magic as they can.
But is it enough, though? I really don't think so. Crumb, of all people, is going to get back here relatively quickly. Cinnabar does have the sound barrier if she can get there, but that's a great stun.
Max, what a play, what a way to end the absolute slog that was this Flashpoint map. Team Missing X-Ray, we're going to move up to 2-1 and show that this Mauga comp belongs to them.
Yeah, when in doubt, just log it out. And that is well, what else? What else do you want me to say? It's just logging time the whole time. And Natakado, maybe not as many pop-ups as we saw yesterday from her on this map, but still some excellent plays here on the Sojourn. And just when like we think, hey, Cat Cafe, they have their full roster here, maybe starting to get into this groove, and we kind of have a feeling of how this series is going to go. Missing X-Ray snatches all the momentum right back with an excellent performance here on New Junk City.
Yeah, I think that from start to finish, like, as chaotic as it was, they seemed to have a better understanding of their limits, but it was still to the point that, again, it's like, oh, we win the fight. Wait, did we really win the fight? And then, like, okay, we can stagger them out, overextend and get the staggers. It's so much back and forth that these teams ended up doing on that map. And, you know, I think that the reason that was again, how well Nickman was playing in neutral. And Natakado, I think, got a lot more value on that Sojourn than Ivory did for the most part. I think it really was the DPS that managed to set it.
Yeah, I think it was the DPS that really set the tone. Obviously, both Maugas traded some really great plays, so did the supports. If we exclude the Soundbear again, Crumb, we adore you.
Love you, Crumb.
We all have those moments. But I think Natakado and Mickman, one of the oldest like DPS duos we have right now that have been together for so long, they really shined here. We're going to go on a quick break, let Cat Cafe figure out what they would like to do here, make or break here on map 4. Head here on what they would like to do next. Push and Hybrid are the only two map types remaining. Do we see another Coliseo? Maybe. I don't think it's the worst idea considering they have Ivory. But I'm honestly very curious. Maybe we see like a Neon Junction. We have yet to see that, at least for us, here on stream with the new map. I don't know. That definitely isn't a Maga map overall. And it feels like these teams are at least content with the Maga side of things. It's just what do you play around that tank seems to be changing from map to map.
Yeah. I think the Castion variety of this Malgo comp, Cat Cafe got that in the bag. But if we're looking at like the Xion, the Vendetta, the Tracer, more of this full-on brawl in your face style, that seems to be the comfort, like that macro style that Team Missing X-Ray want to do. So if we are going to a push map, I think it is an absolute must for Cat Cafe to be protecting this cat. They looked, by and large, the better team on this when we went to that Dorado game, just because their ability to control high grounds, Cinnabars, I think taxiing and positioning was simply better, and it overwhelmed Team Missing X-Ray.
Yeah, I think the Cat Bastion core was better from Cat Cafe. So whether it be, you know, throw away a ban maybe on a Lucio or something to that degree, something you know you're probably not going to play as long as you commit to playing the cat, then I think it's completely fine. Whatever it may be, it is going to be hybrid, so no return to Calisay. It's actually Hollywood that is going to be our fourth map. Still a very decent cat map. There's a ton of high ground for the Cat Bastion to zoom around.
Or not.
Or not. They actually ban out the cat. Interesting.
Okay. So what I'm thinking of is when we saw Cat Cafe play this map previously, they wanted Hitori on the Sigma. And I have a feeling they're going to try to force that here. Follow up, of course, with the Freya ban. That makes sense. You do not want Nadokado on that either. So I think the idea is to have the Sigma bunker, or not bunker, but like sit on these high grounds and poke more with the Sojourn or something of the kind behind it. Other option, of course, is to continue playing that Malga with the Tracer. It still feels like, at least with how last map went, Jesse, Team Missing X-Ray, this is the composition they're better at, but it is on a very different map type.
Oh, a very different map type. And like you said, the Sigma, it can very easily be played. This Sigma arguably one of the best tanks on this map, just depending on the play style you want to play. If you want more of the dive-centric route on this map, then you're more than likely going to see the Diva be played, especially from Hitori. But again, we could see either or even just a return to the Maga. We've seen it time and time again here this weekend in Calling All Heroes. We've seen it a lot recently throughout the Face It playoffs in EMEA and NA this week. So it would not be a shock if we just see a return to that. And again, and we'll talk about it here. You know, Timeless X Missing getting so much VODs from this.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they're seeing so many different looks to these teams, and they're probably not even going to pay attention much to that upper bracket final game with Cat Cafe because they didn't have Ivory. Like, it's a completely different roster with Ivory now here, but you're getting so much material during this map. And Cat Cafe will start on the defense. It'll be the Kiriko Wuyang backline with Hitori on Ramatra.
Interesting. So neither of the things that you listed, so a bit of a newer thing from Cat Cafe. And I think this is in response to, we don't know what Team Missing X-Ray is going to play, so we want to take the safer pick. Knowing that Sigma is an option, I think running out on the Malga is risky. Knowing that there are other things that can counter the Sigma, that's also risky. So you want to be stable and try to win this tank counter pick matchup that has been so important to how these maps play out.
I do think, though, as soon as this first fight happens and Axe sees that it's a Maga on the other side, they're just going to go back and go Maga, right? Like, I don't think there's any reason to not go Maga. And we're about to, yep, there we go, turn around, everybody heading back into spawn in 3, 2, 1, and there is the Axe Maga. Yep, so there's no reason to not go this as soon as you see the Ramata on the other side, and Hitori's life infinitely harder than it was before.
I mean, you can just see how OP counter swapping is on Escort and hybrid maps like this, where you have the time as the attackers to go back and get yourselves the better composition for that. Who the heck is going to be shooting at Nickman right now? It's not Ivory. They're on the opposite side of the map. Team Missing X-Ray have managed to flip it on its head and bully Cat Cafe off the court.
Oh, but McMahon maybe taking a little bit too much. They'll have to kind of just dip out. Already a tick, though. Captured here for Missing X-Rays. Cat Cafe just trying to fight their way out of the corner.
They just want to be in the timeout corner. I mean, they don't want to be. Team Missing X-Ray wants to keep them in the timeout corner. Can't do that with Axe's diminishing health bar. Hickman in the similar boat. So they do back off a little bit, still have that tick to work off.
Yeah, one tick to work off of, and now Cat Cafe can start to reset. Cinnabar up here on the high ground, but she just has to be careful of a lot of these shots coming in from Mickaman.
Kitsune Rush is almost online for both of these teams. I always see where these first picks are to come actually slightly before. Nadakato and Mickman have that pinch set up. They've been so safe on the top of these roofs and basically free damage. They're able to output, almost gets the one-shot combo onto Juno. Nice direct to finish them off. That'll be point on for Team Missing X-Ray.
Yeah, the counter swaps eventually just too much. And now if you're Cat Cafe, just trying to figure out what the plan is, because you're so close to already have all of your ults. No reason to try and not pop the Annihilation, see if you can make some magic happen. But then you get into this catch-22 of how long do we stay on this? Obviously, we want to use these ults, but you don't want to continue putting yourself at a disadvantage.
Yeah, and I'm expecting Tori, honestly, to use it there. Yeah, just to stay alive through the barrage. Secures the elimination onto Mickman, and it forces Axe to give up a lot of this space. Meanwhile, Missin is just tearing it up through the backline. This is the best spot for Cat Cafe to be in. Fortunately, though, we are still on this promotion.
Yeah, but you only have to use the Annihilation, so you could even use like the Tidal Blast, throw it on Hattori, try and have her live just a little bit longer, and maybe force Axe to slow it down. Mickman does swap over now to the Tracer, the Fara, getting poked out a little bit too heavily, and that cage fight misses Missin.
Oh, the sixth sense that Missin has there to blink backwards when she got a pixel of Axe in her LOS. And that honestly saves the fight, wastes one of the most impact walls. So Missing X-Ray forced to use more. Nadakato not getting a ton of volume here. It's still Missin running a muck. She is popping off this map for Team Cat Cafe.
Beautiful 2K with the assist of the Tidal Blast there from the Tracer, and it's another hard reset here for Team Missing X-Ray, who used all of their ultimates that were available, 25% away from this Kitsune Rush for Cameron. But the issue is Juno still has theirs online, both DPS ultimates as well. Cat Cafe doing a great job of just rotating these ults without overusing anything. That was, well, they got okay.
It does force Crumb into the room with Missin, so lose battle there, regardless for the Lucio player. And Axe, jeez, is just not having a good time. Also, the fact to see that Juno has now been left in Kitsune Rush because they just haven't needed it.
No, hasn't needed it at all. And yeah, still 3 ultimates. That'll be on the board here. That Annihilation that we thought was just going to be used to stay alive and then swap later on from Hattori is already back online. Nadakato makes the swap over to Bastion to try and burn down Hattori even more, and Mickman returns to the Faro.
Finally get that Kitsune Rush out. A little too late, and Cinnabar already down. Hattori not going to use this Annihilation, both as a thing to swap and to see if she can clutch up this fight. It's the pick on one, certainly helpful. But Missin, yeah, you may want that one back.
Yeah, that's one that's maybe a little bit rough. Maybe we see some swaps now come out from Hattori as well. No, actually, she'll just stick it at this point. Oh, never mind. They just took a little bit of negotiating maybe in their Cat Cafe BC. They'll just match the Maga here. So, not an uncomfortable position for her to be in, though, as Missa sticks around a little too long.
Let's just talk about how free Missin is to kind of do whatever since Mickman swapped back to the Fara, but made me eat my words before I really even got to say them. I mean, this will be close to Final Fight territory now.
At least for all the players, though, if you're going to lose for Cat Cafe, Missin's going to return to this fight so quickly. Like, already here and already done again. All right, bye.
Yeah, Mickman is making sure Missin gets her steps in on this Hollywood map. Had enough of her before, uses the barrage to secure Hattori, and that's just point, courtesy of Mickman. I don't even think Team Missing X-Ray added too much other than this Fara. Okay, well.
Oof. I would say I wouldn't try and 1v1 Cinnabar, personally.
Yeah.
just a little bit rough, but still a decent push there in second phase for Team Missing X-Ray. Just over 2 minutes heading into the final phase. Mickman teasing the Reaper, but instead we'll go over to the Xion for the final stage of this map. Rest of their team already have ults.
Ivory, sound barrier out of From, even more from Team Missing X-Ray, knowing that the title blast is in, you have to commit something, and Mickman, despite the first part of the map, has seriously showed up and had Missing's number, and now the rest of her team. So she won't even manage to get out alive. That's a disgusting 2-tap from Cameron long range.
Yeah, just eliminating a threat that is Missing, who now goes over to the Genji herself. Just the cage fight to pair with the Kitsune Rushi for Cat Cafe, trying to at least stall this out a little bit longer, and also calls out the position of Ivory with the artillery.
Ivory's like, if I sit here and stand really still, maybe she won't find me, but she has eyes everywhere. Team Missing X-Ray didn't even give Cat Cafe a chance to get a fight on this third point, or even on second, other than that first choke. What a snowball to come back. Those extra 13 seconds over the minute there, Jesse, can make a world of difference.
Yeah, because overtime no longer a guarantee here. If Cat Cafe is able to finish the map, they will have to finish with time, which on this map can be easier said than done. Usually this third phase takes a lot longer than that to finish through, but as soon as the snowball started rolling downhill, nothing Cat Cafe could do to stop it. And now Missing actually putting themselves in a beautiful spot to finish off this series and book that spot in the grand final. Again, they got swept by Timeless X Missing during the upper semifinal, wanting a little bit of revenge here. But they still have a job to do here on Hollywood if they want to make that happen.
Yeah. It really did feel like Missing versus the world on that map. And as soon as she started getting shut down, like the Cat Cafe just crumbled around her. And and Team Missing X-Ray and found the X Factor for that roster in that moment. And even Axe, one death seems crazy considering how long they got held at second point there for a while.
Especially for a Maga. Like, I know we all joke about, oh, Maga has unreal survivability, but as soon as that survivability is gone, Maga's pop like a balloon. We saw that a few times with Hattori during that round. So, yeah, crazy work there from Cameron and Crumb to keep their tank alive. And here we go. Team Missing X-Ray will just continue rolling what they had earlier with the Bastion. And the Xion, Ivory wanting to still make the Soldier work, but it's going to be tricky here. I don't know if that Disruptor shot's going to have to do a lot.
You do have free Railgun Battery, aka Axe, to be able to charge that off of, and I think that's kind of the benefit of Sojourn. But you have to be so careful on how you're living, which isn't, I don't say she wasn't, but I mean, she's dead. So clearly something did not go right there. Cameron hitting these kunai like their life depends on it. Mickman go in for the rest.
That's just crazy. Going in with the bike. A little bit of a widow swap there for Missing to be like, yo, everybody just relax for a sec. And now jumping on the Xion, but maybe not a fight Mickman was expecting as a beautiful little opener here for Cat Cafe. Can they take advantage, though?
They're actually fast. I mean, Mickman still the joyride as soon as they respawn. So it won't be too long that you have them. Axe almost went down, makes it over to the Mega Health Pack, and Cinnabar gets punished for the overextension in chasing her down. So it makes this a relatively even fight. But see Mickman back, and Axe is still alive. This guy just doesn't know what the word death means.
No, just chilling on the point. Knows all the heals possible are coming their way. And Team Missing actually holds strong, but Cat Cafe still has some members here. Juno and Tori never really die, so Tori is able just to relax on point for a moment and take out their doppelganger.
And that's not great for Axe. It basically does an educated on the definition of death next to Tori. A couple ults here too for Cat Cafe coming online, but Juno has to be alive in order to use it. They're so low. Actually, the safe TP out. That's a lot of cooldowns burn. Cat Cafe need to run in, or Team Missing X-Ray can get set up for a full retake. That's the shot you're looking for, and why you put Ivory onto the Sojourn. They only even come up with a second. Everyone crowds in a small room. The Clat's so easy to hit. It'll be 4 minutes plus some change for Cat Cafe to move forward.
If you're going to have Ivory on the Sojourn, You need the disruptor shot to make a lot of space, and you need to land those ult shots. And that is exactly what Ivory has been able to do so far with the secondary fire. 4 minutes, complete high ground control already in the favor of Cat Cafe. And now they can just kind of chill up here. They have to force Team Missing X-Ray to make a move.
Ooh, and it's a defensive page there from Axe. Has an artillery strike on their side that will help burn through Juno and Hitori. So good combo play. Only one ult expended on the side of Cat Cafe though. And it guarantees that this choke has to be pushed through a second time.
And this is where we saw Missing X-Ray kind of get stumbled a little bit too on their attack. Cat Cafe were able to hold the line for a while and really extinguish that time bank. If it wasn't for that hold, X-Ray would have maybe 2, even 3 minutes for theirs. So definitely some ground that could be made up here with Team Missing X-Ray.
Considering your spree though, so early from Mickman, you can tell the target was onto Juno and Cinnabar there with how low that health bar is, and it just isn't enough, even with the overhealth, to save everybody in that moment. The trade is there, DPS ult and supports expended, and this is a neutral game that Team X-Ray have proven to thrive in time and time again, and we're just looking at the map of Mickman.
Yeah. Mickman's really come alive. Obviously, we had that last map where it was a lot of Nadokado making plays, but feels like Mickman's really had their time to shine. They're not giving up on this Tracer at all. Recall is forced out. I think Bisson is able to escape near the end of it, but still kind of stalls out, not letting Bisson get into any sort of aggressive position for this next fight.
And they're not going to go anywhere anyways. And Cameron has a significant lead on that Kitsune rush, and Notori didn't have the ideal charge positioning to get away from that massive burst of damage. Cat Cafe stumbling, similar to how they forced Team Missing X-Ray do earlier on in the day. And between Cameron and Mickman here, how do you dislodge this defense?
I don't know. That's the issue right now. I think that Cat Cafe are running into. There is no answer to Mickman. As great as the Tracer has been from Misson today, she just doesn't have as much, dynamic ability to spread the playing field than Mickman does. Mickman can just chase anybody from Cat Cafe and have an easy escape. If you don't really track your blinks well enough, Misson's kind of been punished a few of those times, so it's going to be a little rough. Still a complete high ground control for X-Ray as well.
1 minute 30 here left for Cat Cafe to push. I think this unmatched Kitsune rush is your best go, but they have to get themselves fully set up on the high ground, and Bisson is in a heap of trouble, but she'll bail herself out. Pulse bomb stuck on top of Crump, and the cage, though, is punished out by Hitori, although it still didn't go off. Cat Cafe seemed to be pulling this one together without even using their own Kitsune rush. All it took was one stop from Hitori.
Yeah, one beautiful pulse bomb from Misson onto Crumb. And yes, even though the cage fight artillery combo goes off from Missing X-Ray, it is only able to find one. So now Cat Cafe can pull off their own combo plus both support ults during this next fight. But you need to make sure you don't use all your resources now.
I mean, they are running low on time. They ideally want to make this a final fight situation. The problem with this Kitsune rush, though, Team Missing X-Ray weren't fully engaged yet. It's going to run out by the time they decide to push their buttons. Ivory, though, gets the dip on an Nadokado. Artillery strike punished. And Axe will feel the wrath of Hitori. So Team Missing X-Ray, while they had a window, they couldn't quite squeeze through the gap. Cat Cafe shut it down on their fingers and will get through to this third point.
And now time is of the essence right now for Cat Cafe. 3 will be on the payload, at least initially. Actually make it 2. But again, you just need time at this point if you're a Cat Cafe. If you're Missing X-Ray, it doesn't really matter if you let them cap. If it's at 0, then it doesn't matter. That's why you see it's so aggressive.
They have to. I mean, Team Missing X-Ray, if you get one fight win here, best case scenario, you win. Worst case scenario, you draw.
Yeah. Like, it is that simple right now, and that's why you see such an aggressive position. Beautiful escape from Nadokado.
That's what we call parkour, people, in Nadokado. She's a master of it. Take out Hitori before she falls herself. We're back to the Mickman show. Satsuriku spree comes up huge. Cat Cafe, there's no way they finish that overtime now.
Yeah, I think at this point, best opportunity for them is a draw, and Cat Cafe Just need to try and pull something together. Only will have the Kitsune Rush here from Juno soon, seeing that Ivory is on the Cassidy now. At least some sort of answer here to Mickman. But is it too late? The cage fight artillery combo is back.
Axe is setting it up early, does not want to give Cat Cafe a chance to build up to this. Kitsune Rush Juno has it, but they die just before the trigger can be pulled. Perhaps they're victim of winning the fight too quick, but they're making sure to stagger out Hitori, and that decision should secure them this map.
Rush will be used immediately from Juno just to make sure that some resources can get built up. And right now, Missin very close. I don't know if Missin even got a touch. She got it.
Okay, just barely. Gravity felt so light in that exact moment. Hitori's back in the fight. Cage fight is available. Holding it until the Bastion form is down. And that killed Namakama and crumble instantly. The overextension from the overconfidence. It seemed like they wanted, they thought that they had the time, but it was a hair off.
Still sound barrier here from Crumb. It'll be Rush here from Cameron, just 7% away. This pulse bomb can make a world of a difference right now.
Missin's looking for it. Stick immediately on an avocado, but the cleanse from Cameron is beautiful. Cage fight back onto the point. Pikmin so incredibly low. The ultimate is down. They don't have a shield to hide, and that's what Cat Cafe are doing. Sound barrier doesn't connect on everybody. It's going to be a scrap until the very end. Missing X-Ray series, they want to end it here and now, but it seems it may be extended. Axe trying to run away for their life. Someone has to touch, but it's Hori, the ever-present tank as she is, will get it across the finish line. No chance of a win for Cat Cafe.
Just need to hold the line for 2 fights here at this Cat Cafe. They want to draw this map, bring us to a map 5, still just 1 map down. Trying to stay alive here, trying to earn at least $1,000 here from the Radiant Series before Champs in just 3 weeks' time. X-Ray, again, you just need 1 fight to go your way. It's only a tick that you need to put this series to bed and to move on. Earn that rematch against Timeless X Missing in the grand final in Cat Cafe. Let's see what they would like to do. Missin will stay on the Tracer for now, 31-9. But look at Axe, 41-7 for the Maga so far. That is just ridiculous. Mickman as well, 37-9. Nadokado just behind at 36-10. That is a crazy pace. And you can see one of the big targets right now has been Ivory. 16 deaths. Leads the lobby by quite a large margin here on Hollywood, but it will just be the Bastion. And actually a very late swap here on the defense. Listen, goes over to the Shion. Okay.
Not a pick that she's incapable of playing by any means, but it's one that struggled against when Mickman was there as well. But they're closing up on the Reaper instead, Jesse.
Yeah, just trying to burn down Hitori rather than trying to focus down on the squishies. Just waiting for the moment to TP in.
Get around to this first corner. If Cat Cafe have an idea, which Hitori doesn't seem to, as now Ivory eventually sniff out Mickman. Force the Wraith back. The point, but actually goes in despite the disengage from the Reaper. No teleport is there. It's just a little too soon, and that small blip in timing error cost him this X-Ray this first fight.
Yeah, 1 fight gone. Just need 1 more fight. If you are Cat Cafe and want to get a draw on this map. No ult's really going to be that close. Nearest one's going to be this artillery strike from Nadokado, but won't have anything to really pair with it. Kitsune Rush may be the big factor here for Cat Cafe. If Juno is able to build up this last 20%, then that could be the easy win condition to tie this map.
Lucky for Juno, Hitori is an expert in taking damage, just being on the Koga, missing completely. Poking out Mickman, the start of this fight, forces the retake. In awkward positioning now. 14 missing. X-Ray Axe has no choice but to go in, and the Kitsune Rush is there just in time, but so is Nadokado. The Bastion comes up with 2 against a Kitsune Rush. This absolutely should not be happening. The DPS of Cat Cafe have so much weight on their shoulders to put it through, but Missin will get the job done. Cat Cafe will deny the win to Team Missing X-Ray for now, as we have ourselves a draw map.
When was the last time we had a draw in Calling Out Heroes?
know.
It has got to be a long time. But hey, you got to give credit to Cat Cafe. Even though they couldn't win this map anymore, still keeping their hopes alive here in the tournament. And they'll bring us to another map. It is just a push remaining, I believe. And yeah, and then maybe an extra control map or something following that. This series, again, continues to give us surprises here today.
So map 6, anybody? Anybody down for map
Maybe.
6 series? This isn't even the finals, Jesse. This is the blowers.
Feels like a final. My goodness.
It does. It honestly does. Like, this was a roller coaster of a map. Like, it went from missing to Mick kind of trading off the pop-off stick is what it felt like.
Yeah, for a while there, it was Missman who was taking over on the Tracer, and then Mickman on the Shion, especially near the end of this attack, just absolutely running it down. But these Flex DPS want their own time to shine during this series. I think Hattori definitely closed the gap a little bit with Axe in this tank 1v1 as well. And all of a sudden, we're just back to square zero. The last, 20-some minutes really don't mean anything other than those bans being gone. And Cat Cafe, even though, yes, they're not able to get the win with the cat ban active, they're at least able to stay alive.
Yeah. And this is, too, I want to touch on the tanks for this moment because I think Axe was by far the more consistent Naga player. But it was Hattori's, moments of brilliance here that actually paved the way for Cat Cafe to make the comeback, which, while I'm sad, that has no actual outcome effect on this series as of now, we got 20 minutes of insanely entertaining Overwatch, and I'm okay if this goes to 6 for the reason of pure entertainment at this rate. Who actually gets map pick on a draw?
I think it just goes back. It goes back to
entirely sure.
Cafe, I think.
Like Cafe?
Yeah.
Okay. Whoever picks the map, I guess.
Yeah.
This is how rare draws are these days. I don't even know what the rule set is for how that ends up playing out. But if Cat Cafe do end up getting that pick, we are forced to a push map, if I'm not mistaken. And Cat is now available again. It was Cat Cafe who banned it last time, though. Do they even want to try to play it?
Maybe. It really depends. Again, we only have the 2 maps, and we have rarely seen New Queen Street be played this weekend. So you would think it's probably Coliseo, but we say that we've also seen Junkertown be played this weekend. When it's been a very long time since we've seen that map get touched. So maybe some shenanigans will get pulled out. I don't think the Cat Bastion returning is that horrible of an idea. I think missing X-Ray, if they want to keep avoiding it, they still have a Cat ban of their own. They only used the Bastion ban earlier on, and you could say the same thing about Cat Cafe, right? If they want to just ban out the Bastion, they want to keep running maybe a little bit more of this Shion or the Tracer from Misson, which really started working on the back half of that series, that map, then they easily have that as an option. And honestly, if you want to lean towards that Tracer, I'd say New Queen Street is maybe the better option.
Yeah, I think you have to put Misson on this Tracer. This is I think the win condition for Cat Cafe is having her in a spot to pop off. Because the main focus that we've seen from this team missing X-Ray is they are focusing every resource on Hattori. They're playing things like this Bastion, like this Reaper at times to put resources there that Misson's kind of free to do whatever pending a stray rocket from Mickman or even some kunai. So if they can kind of stick in that same boat of the things that were working and pull those resources together, I feel a lot better about this map. But it is purely going to depend on whether the Jetpack Cat is banned or is even picked if it is available.
Yeah. If the Cat is involved, whether it be it's not banned or teams just want to play it in general, and then we'll see a very different series and a very different map than we've seen these last few, because the Cat really hasn't had that great of an issue ever since Dorado. And I feel like these teams have really gotten used to that. So do they really want to change it up, go to something that hasn't been played since map 2? If you're Cat Cafe, maybe that's exactly what you want, considering how well it went on Dorado. But it really is, again, I think either map, whether it be New Queen Street or Coliseo, can work for Cat Cafe if they want to extend this series out to map 6. either could actually work out too for missing X-Ray. They've just looked the best on the Maga. I think if they can stay the Maga, they will. And New Queen Street will be the map, which tells me we're leaning more into the Tracer and putting these flex DPS in a better position rather than the hit scans.
A lot of faith here in Missing
a lot
to get work done. A lot of trust. This is kind of a joke, like within my friend group. Is now they say this every time I get New Queen Street. Is I don't think teams pick this map unless you have a very specific plan, because it is become one of those more quote unquote niche maps where you can have more off picks, such as the Wrecking Ball, for example. I don't think we'll see Ocean come in at this point in the series, but it's been that spot where you can be a bit more out there with the compositions that you have. And it's up to these teams to determine if that's what they want to do, because this is still an excellent cash.
Oh, yeah, it's still an excellent map if you want to run the Cat Bastion. Obviously, this middle bridge here, you can kind of just zoom over and under that if need be. There's some windows that you can kind of fly through. You just got to kind of have to watch your head a little bit on those. It can get a little tricky. It's a little narrow. But no, this is still a very decent map if you want to run the Cat Bastion. The Lucio is banned. To me, just screams, hey, we're protecting the cat. We want to run it again. And since the Bastion has already been banned by a team missing X-Ray, the Tracer instead will be pulled away.
Not a second thought on that either.
Nope, that was very quick.
Instant. We were ready for that ban, and I do fear for Cat Cafe now. Like, yeah, you can get your Cat Bastion going through if you want, but or I guess you could do a Mizuki as well if you didn't want to do the Castion, but not having that Tracer. I mean, that's kind of been the conduit for Cat Cafe to stay in this series consistently.
Yeah, I think, man, I'm a little worried. I'm just a little worried here for Cat Cafe. I feel like this is still, you can definitely lean towards X-Ray. Yes, obviously, having the cat be protected is great. But losing that Tracer, considering how much of an impact Missa just had in that last map, maybe something you would want back. But obviously, I think it's worth more protecting the cat than it is the Tracer. It is just going to be a little tricky.
And not to be all doomer or anything.
No.
This is still so winnable.
This series has been
Cafe.
so unpredictable at this point. Like,
I do believe in this. Missing has other heroes in pool. It just hasn't been nearly as impactful as that Tracer has, or rather, like the gap hasn't seemed as large. I think it makes it a much closer game. And when we have seen these teams kind of go head to head in these mirror matchups, I think that's where Team Missing X-Ray has looked a bit strong. If we can get a repeat on Dorado, because this was where Cat Cafe did impress us, was with how Cinnabar was utilizing the Jetpack Cat for positioning a lot better, I think, than what we were seeing out of Crum or Cameron, because they both played it at times during the series.
Yeah.
That's kind of what you need to lean on for this map, is can you get that priority positioning, and how well are you using that Jetpack Cat? So now our focus has shifted to the support players off of what was the flex defense.
Yeah, I think we're going to return to more, hey, which Cat Bastion in the air is getting more value? And we did see that more from Cat Cafe on Dorado. They just more often than not got that value. Obviously, Nadokado struggled a little bit in the air. You could tell, she's been more confident on just taking the traditional hit scan duels rather than, getting flown around by your main support and trying to hit shots when you're getting swung all over the place. It's definitely a little bit of a different situation to be put into. So this is also a pretty decent map. If you want to run, we've seen Soldier get ran on this map from time to time just because there is so many different lanes. I don't think we're going to see the legs here. But even if we see maybe a Sojourn return, obviously it's a hero that Nadokado is very comfortable on. And one that she played very well on over on New Junk City. I think there's a lot of different ways that these teams could go right now. It looks like more the cat, at least for Cat Cafe, Team Missing X-Ray, going back to that traditional Mizuki Kiriko. And
saw that. Yeah, this said that there was no tracer available. It's like, you know what? I don't want to be here anymore.
yeah, it's like, guys, what
Be
the
like,
hell?
I'll pass. What's going on? But hey, you know what I'd love to see? I'd love to see some venture going on.
Of course you want to see
we get some
venture.
venture. I love venture.
I'm not
I
saying
love
it's
venture.
wrong, but I was kind of waiting for you to kind of bring in the venture hype a little bit.
Hey, it was Venture's birthday last week. I feel like
It was.
we owe it to have at least some Venture. Come on, Venture's so good with Malga on this particular map. Maybe not, but Venture's so good with Malga.
Yeah.
Come on.
I don't know about that.
There was like a Venture Malga meta forever.
Yes, I know.
It happened. It existed.
It's maybe because like I suck at venture, so maybe that's why I'm just like,
You do.
it's not pretty. You've seen it, a few times.
I have, unfortunately, because we had to do role swaps because of rank. But anyways, these guys are not playing Venture. We have Mickman on Torbjorn. Decided if I can't play Tracer, I'm just going to counter whatever flex DPS that Vissen tries to show up on. Okay.
All right. Hey, Torb it up, baby.
Not on my bingo card for today at
No.
all. This is a team missing X-Ray are playing around their Malga. I fear for the lack of mobility on this team. This cap action is free. These rotations are free, and Tori knows it. I mean, that is 3 picks off the bat. I am expecting success.
Yeah, there's got to be something
This is
coming
not
into.
gonna
You
work.
can't just let this Cat Bastion from Cinnabar Ivory just chill. And if anything, it'd be Crumb that swaps, but no. As of now, Team Missing X-Ray feel comfortable enough just to kind of not match it themselves and try and play it on the low ground, maybe burning Matori rather than focusing on Cinnabar and Ivory.
Okay, this is if you live through this Cat Bastion swing, I think Team Missing X-Ray are great. But if you cannot live through this Cat Bastion swing, you're in trouble. X-Ray has put down a ground level, which is kind of terrifying, to be honest. And yeah, it was terrifying. But then you just have the better Kitsune Rush because Tori and Juno were alive and longer. And Team Missing X-Ray's players will be able to kind of clean this one up, and they are going to speed run their way to these forward spawns.
What is it with push and some steamrolls that we've got over this last day or so?
Yeah.
First, it was Caliseo Cat Cafe having a very similar flavor right now to this push. And the worst part is, if you're a fan of Team Missing X-Ray, obviously Cage Fight Artillery combo is ready to go. Catnapping if things get sticky as well.
Catnap could be useful here, but I think it's just a retreat while you hear that artillery strike go down. Cat Cafe got what they wanted in those forward spawns and will have an advantage for every single fight until it crosses that midpoint. That's why it's so important for Team Missing X-Ray to take advantage of the superior ult bank that they have. It's a reactive high sanctuary in the small room from Frog, which I guess does help you stabilize and forces out Juno in a way to kidnap Xion, but to kind of just drag her into the middle of the team to get the spree off. Scrappy as it may be, Team Missing X-Ray do have the numbers to help close this out and at least cancel the forward spawns.
Yeah, and the fact that, hey, at least one pick there for Axe is not too bad. And now as we get back over here to the point, obviously spawns reset, but because of how messy the end of that fight was, both teams just trying to reset. I guess the Cinnabar is just trying to get back, bring Ivory back into the fight while this cart is still moving. And it forces their artillery strike early from Nadokado just to slow the pace down.
Yeah, that's kind of what you need to see from Team Missing X-Ray, is you are at such a disadvantage of your resources when it comes to initiation. You are playing to counter what Cat Cafe are doing and to punish them on some of their overextension. We might see from Victoria, goes in at half HP, had the confidence of Juno's Kitsune Rush behind them. Unfortunately, Ivory did not have those same resources going their way because they were all on Tori in that moment. It's going to be on her to clutch up, stun the Catnap in the small room, guarantees the eliminations. Now will be a team wipe for Cat Cafe.
Yeah, it just goes from bad to worse here from Missing X-Ray. Is from, she's just kind of left alone on an island and eventually will be displaced. Still 0 meters of progress from Missing X-Ray as we near the halfway mark of the time bank. And honestly, not much has gone right for this team so far. And this is the risk when yes, you have the Bastion, but you don't have the Cat to usher them around. It makes it a little bit tricky here, and that's kind of the bullet that Missing X-Ray have had to swallow so far.
Their confidence in their knowledge of the comp is great, but that was a choice driver. Yeah, you can fight the Bastion, but you can't fight both Axe and Nanakano at the same time. A little too much for them to handle. So that is kind of what you have to do for Team Missing X-Ray. It's full counterplay.
Yeah, full counterplay here. And Spawns will get swapped back around in the first, well, I was to the first
Come on,
meters for
get something.
X-Ray.
Go.
We're going to go through
Something.
there. We go. Finally got something.
We got there eventually.
But look at this, 4 ultimates here for X-Ray and halfway to another Kitsune rush. They have the materials here to try and start a snowball, but Cat Cafe, they just want to stall this out. Time is the best friend of the cafe at the moment.
And 5 minutes is still a decent amount of time, but Bigman is a little antsy. Goes for the sense so they go straight in the sky, gets a good chunk of damage, and denies that swing forwards from the Bastion. It's kind of null and void in terms of healing, but you got a decent amount of space. But Missing has her time to strike now. They have Cameron with her own subsidies this week. Team Missing X-Ray starting to find themselves a bit more on this map, and the fights that they do manage to win, Jesse, are just so scrappy that they can't get any significant value out of them.
Yeah, that's been the issue. I don't think they've won a clean fight so
No.
far. And even look at
And
the
they're
end
not
of
winning
this.
this one.
No, Axe is kind of left all alone. Granted, it's a 2v2 now. Cameron is able to come back, and that'll at least seal
Cinnabar?
off the end of that fight. Cinnabar maybe thinking more reinforcements are there.
I think she maybe wanted a pet from Axe or something.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want a pet from Axe right now, though. That's a little...
Yeah, that guy scares me.
That's a bit of a dangerous pet going in there. But again, I think right now, if you're Cat Cafe, you still have one of your best ult combos ready, catnapping ready. There's the cage.
Cage, but instantly
Instantly
canceled.
dips.
Seeing, yeah, you do not want to stay in that consuming rush. That is not a battle you will win, particularly with Natakano just vibing over there. And this is still going well for Team Missing X-Ray. The fact that Axe managed to live and get pretty close to forward spawns and can take the significant ultimate fight. Artillery strikeout from both sides, and Hattori is the one that takes most of the damage. There isn't that presence to actually contest the slot. You want to get those forward spawns. Axe will cage on the point just to make sure that it happens. It'll be Team Missing X-Ray getting themselves back in the map.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go. Still in a pretty decent spot now to bring this back. Missing X-Ray, they don't really have a lot to continue this on, but soon to come. Obviously, both support ultimates. You have another spree about ready to go here from Mickman. I don't know if they're going to go in the air looking for Ivory and Cinnabar again, but it just may open up some space. Cat Cafe, again, they want to play this slow and not have to dip out from this rush.
They are out of there. And these teams have been really good about knowing when and where to fight. Unfortunately, Mickman did not have the info. This was charging up to execute around the corner. Throws the joyride to the small room. That is a massive chunk of damage. It forces the guy's sanctuary. And you're already down Naruto, plus the bottom moving back towards mid. So at a minimum, board spawns will be cancelled. Not to mention the result of this fight is looking rather grim considering all the Malga in the kill feed.
Yeah, a whole lot of Malga in the kill feed. Spawns reset, and that'll be Axe, Cameron, Crumb. None of them get close spawns. So that is why Hattori is maybe feeling a little more confident that she can just walk this bot right up the tick, get that spawn advantage, and then just dip out as soon as damage comes through. You get the early value, and now can play this back towards mid with 3 ults in hand.
3 ults and the ability to get back to these fights so quickly, should they be scrappy. And based on pretty much every other engagement we've seen, Jesse, it seems pretty likely to happen here. Here comes the engage, or rather the disengage from Hattori. I guess expected Ask to run at them quickly with a cage fight, with the Kitsune rush. A whole lot of chaos happening on the screen, but it's the Satsureku spree from Mickman that will be doing the damage, helping sweep up these broken remnants of Cat Cafe, and by far the cleanest fight Team Missing X-Ray have had.
As we say that, Juno's able to get an exit pick on the
Well,
Crumb.
okay.
That's going to hurt a little bit. Forward spawns, though, will be active, but not in time for Crumb to be a little bit closer. She's going to be far away. I think, yeah, you're right. Unless maybe, no, already Hattori is here for the touch. She's not going to allow this lead to go through because X-Ray only has one support. They have to play safe. And the retreat falls right into the hands of Ivory.
Beautifully played. Snapped Nanokado's ankles, or rather snapped the ankles that are trying to be snapped. I don't know. Either way, the whole heap of scrap metal on the map, and Team Missing X-Ray popped back off.
Yeah, spawns get reset as well. 30 seconds left. One fight remaining before overtime. Cameron's about to have that Kitsune rush. Has to pop it pretty quickly. But also, Ivory has to be careful.
Nanokado's revenge arc is complete. Neither team has forward spawns right now, with one DPS getting the better of the other. 4v4, but the support ult Kitsune rush from Cameron is terrifying.
It is going to be a catnapping here for Cinnabar, as well as the spree from Missing. We'll just try and pop that on point, but wouldn't be surprised if she got burned quick.
They want to get the stun out. The stun is good. Missing goes in with the Tiger spree. That's 3 players down from Team Missing X-Ray. Attacks against the world so close to this cage fight. If they can get it, there's a chance. It falls 3% short. It's on to Missing now. It's so scrappy. But all it takes is one final fight in Cat Cafe. Want to finish this one out in 6 maps.
Yeah, 5 wasn't good enough, everybody. Hope you're enjoying your drops. 6 maps here in the lower finals. And Cat Cafe just do not want to give up this fight. What a performance. A great start and just trying to keep away the push here near the end. It definitely felt like Team Missing X-Ray was the better team the back half of this map. It was just that gap was so big considering how the first 3 minutes of that map went. It didn't matter. At that point, Cat Cafe, they can win a fight, lose a fight. They can alternate that as long as the lost fight towards mid and not towards their side of the map. And they give us a map 6. And just wow, is all I got to say. I did not think this series was going to 6 maps here, Molly.
I don't think we thought any of our series were going to 6.
No.
We're like, oh, maybe the grand finals would be best to, or first to 4. It's not. It's a first to 5, or not first to 5, first to 3. Excuse me, that'd be crazy. First to 3, though. But we're gonna finish this one off in 6. We'll send it to a short break, and we'll come back to finish off what has been a banger of a series so far. 6, people. That is where we find ourselves in our lower finals for the summer season playoffs. And mind you, this isn't even, we're not even in championships yet.
No.
We just get a banger for free because it's fun. And these teams love to give drops out. An insane series so far. Feels like an understatement.
Yeah, no, an incredible series so far. And again, this map at first felt like Cat Cafe just running away with it. They gained an 80-meter lead to start off in the first 3 minutes, and then Missing X-Ray slowly chip away at that lead, but just don't have enough gas left in the tank. It was, maybe half a meter, and you and I were talking about it in the green room right before we came back. Almost a C9 on the point as well. Like, that point got eerily close to flipping over to Missing X-Ray's side. But we have one map remaining. We have not got confirmation quite yet on if the map pool returns to being wide open or if it is going to be just a control map that has to be picked from. So we're waiting on that confirmation right now. But regardless, it is going to be the decision from X-Ray on where we would like to go next.
Yes. Nuclear Street was not a draw. To clarify, that was a
yes.
Cat
Oh
Cafe
my
win.
God.
So,
Yeah.
there we go. We're good. It's okay. It's purple now. That's close enough.
I would love to see push and in a draw, though. I'm not sure how. I don't know if that's even.
It happened once. Do you remember? Like right back when Overwatch 2 was released, it was an Overwatch League match.
Yes.
There was a draw. It was on New Queen Street, but I think they ended up giving one of the teams the win. Might have been the Florida Mayhem. I'm not sure.
I think it was like whoever got tick first. I think it was.
Yeah.
But we haven't got confirmation. It is a control map, guaranteed to be our final map. So there's only two options. It's either Nepal or Antarctic Peninsula. And considering nobody plays Antarctic, really, I have a feeling we're going to Nepal for our final map of today.
It's a fake choice. Like you think you have an option, but you really don't. The Malga comps, I think, feel better on Nepal overall, if that's what you're going to do. The exception to that could be Sanctum, but yeah, we knew that one. We're so good at knowing things. As casters, it's kind of our job. Bands, though, Jesse, like we are at the point that we can't even see every set of bands and maps on our screen. Jetpack that gone instantly, and I think that makes a lot of sense coming from this team Missing X-Ray.
Yeah, the fact that that cat ban has actually lasted so long into this process is crazy. But yeah, X-Ray, they take out the cat for the final map of this series. Obviously was a bit of an issue the first half of New Queen Street. So just putting that away, it can be a very good cat map, especially on Village. You can just basically usher the Bastion anywhere you would like it. And the Bastion is banned in part. So maybe going back to our traditional Maga, we're going to see more of the Xion and then either like a Cassidy or a Sojourn
Tracer.
Potentially. Tracer as well. A combination of those four here on DPS.
I think it's also kind of crazy that we made it to map 6 and we still have this impactful of bans left in the pool.
Yeah.
That's kind of wild. Granted, we do have a Moira ban on Dorado. I kind of
That was a
forgot
protect ban, though. That was a,
protect ban.
that was a protect
It was
ban.
a choice. Wanted to leave the options open. Fair enough. But going into this map, I think it's going to be a similar situation as we saw on New Junk City, where Team Missing X-Ray, especially in these neutral engages, found synergies with Mickman, particularly on the Xion, that looked so dang good that they could just kind of pull these fights out of thin air. Don't have the Bastion to work alongside it this time. We're going to be relying on something like that Sojourn to go through. My eyes, though, if you are a Cat Cafe fan, put them on Missing or on this Tracer or potentially the Xion. May as well be the make or break point for this Cat Cafe team. Not Sierra, though. That's not happening.
I don't think Sierra's happening, but we'll wait.
First time for everything.
There is a first time for everything. Missing X-Ray, obviously Mickman on the Symmetra to start, TP out. I assume Mickman will go over to the Xion as soon as the TP goes down. Missing has also swapped to the Symmetra, going to the Tracer afterwards. But there's a slight difference here. Crumb Cameron running the traditional Lucio Kiriko. Cat Cafe actually running the Wuyong with the Kiriko. So a little bit more poke going on here for Cat Cafe, just less speed. But speed is an issue if you have Missing in the air anyways.
Yeah, and Mickman actually saw the Pharah like flying up as they were walking out the spawn and turned right around to go swap to match it. The benefit of having the poke damage like Cinnabar is you can get picks like that just out of thin air. Even if you are lacking the mobility to get away from some of the team missing out to his place.
And you also have that passive healing now onto Miss, and you can just put the stream on her, and she doesn't really have to ask for healing all the time like Mickman is going to have to do with Cameron. You can just kind of have that stream going and let your Pharah do the work.
Miss and Mickman I was duking it out in the skies, but we're back to good old two Malgas standing still and shooting each other, essentially, whereas the other people get to have the fun. It's one pick each, but Axe falling, that's free ground for Notori to go around, stomp, run, charge, frolic if she wants to. It's her and Cat Cafe's territory.
Yeah, another brilliant fight there for Cat Cafe. And now, missing X-ray. Need to find some sort of answer. And even what in the world, Cinnabar, are you hitting that? That is a crazy shot in the air.
How do they go down the
Kind of the go. But Nadokado goes over to the Cassidy. A little bit easier to hit Missing in the air than the Soj. Obviously, those ult shots from Ivory going to pack a little bit more of a punch, but to be more consistent.
Axe is so low early on in that fight. Had to use the cardiac overdrive instantly, and they're just dead. Cat Cafe, because of the amount of poke damage they have, forces these cooldowns. Nadokado is doing her darndest with her clutch gene. It's just too much, even for her to move through.
Yeah, and you lose the Kitsune Rush during that as well for Team Missing X-Ray. That's a rough one to swallow. And now 75%. Still, the title blast and just go on to Missing to give her a little bit of extra life during this barrage. And already finds Mickman out by the coast, but just cannot land the final shot.
So close. Nothing to come through. That's where you're saving the barrage for. The second Axe planted that ult. I think they knew what their fate was going to be. It might not be the Tracer Jesse. The Missing is having the time of her life on this Pharah. Cat Cafe are going to 100-0 Team Missing X-Ray on this control pick. One away from ending the series here.
Yeah, what a play there from Cat Cafe. Just completely controls the pace every single time that Axe tried to go in for any sort of charge. Cardiac overdrive had to get used immediately. And at that point, Cat Cafe, they just play a little bit slow, let the cooldowns drain out, and then go re-engage with Hattori, fight over right there. So 1 round away. Let's see if Missing X-Ray can bring us all the way to round 3 here on map 6. But look at this, Cinnabar, Hattori, Missing. None of them have died so far. That was never going to stick. I don't know why you thought that was going to stick.
I don't know. I just saw it and I got excited.
A little hopeful.
A little hopeful, but probably back to the Pharah or something.
Yeah. But when it's working as well as it is for her, you can't blame her.
Exactly. Like, it's going to get harder because Nadakado's on Freya and Crumb decided to mirror Cinnabar.
But I do think that's the right call. I think that passive healing is such a giant asset for the Pharah. Mickman just didn't have any agency to really go around because they were always backing up for heals.
There's like so little that you can actually do on the Lucio if you can't close the gap anyways, because everyone's in such high positions other than Hattori, which is the goal. Hattori, I don't think, was ready for the amount of pressure she is under. That's the advantage of this Freya and Nadokado being on by far her best hero.
Yeah, that's going to help a lot. Missing X-Ray, they win the first fight pretty easily. And now it's with Cat Cafe. Do you want to make some changes? You have to find some sort of answer here to Nadokado on the Freya. Obviously, it's a little bit tricky to land those explosive shots onto the far in the air, but we've already seen Nadokado do it before. It's not like she can't do it again.
I'm certainly going to try. I'll tell you that much. Everyone's so focused on taking that far angle. Actually, the health going away. Nadokado is in a dangerous crossfire position and just so much trust in the supports. Keep her on her feet alongside the tank, but Axe kind of getting bullied backwards. A big turn for what we've seen, and Cat Cafe will get the play because of it.
Yeah, not even like a done fight here. Is right away, Kitsune Rush to re-engage. It just forces Cat Cafe to reset, and at that point, flips right back over to X-Ray control.
Love intimidation tactics.
Yeah,
it's
right.
so fun. And nothing ever dies. You're just like, hey, fight me. I dare you. Like, nope, I'm out. You're scary. Hey, fair enough. Now it's Cat Cafe's turn to walk in with their own Kitsune Rush. Bonus shot is available for Nadokado. Again, intimidation tactics, we all back off and wait for the actual fight to happen. And Tori finally is able to get in there. Crumbs falls, but so will the rest of Team Missing X-Ray. So some firm percentage this game.
Finally, just a little bit of chill going on. A lot of back and forth during that, but still. Team Missing actually, they have some resources here to go in from almost that title blast from both Wuyongs to go with their Forest barrages. We saw how well that worked earlier with the cage. So it may just be a matter of can Missing build this last 20%, or is Cat Cafe just going to have to engage without it? The answer is probably, considering 13% just gained magically right there.
We can thank Axe for that one.
Yep.
But Axe had a tough time.
Just an alt battery.
Yeah, and it's so difficult for them to move anywhere. It's Ivory free value because of existing. They're going to slide with the back line with the overclock and the barrage within the cage is absolute chaos. Raining down upon Team Missing X-Ray, but X comes in with 2, and Nadokado was alive. There's no more that these DPS could have done, but at the end of the day, it is just a pause. It is a goodbye to the support player over their side, and we will wait for our good old friend Juno come back into the lobby.
Yeah, poor Juno.
Poor Juno.
Just maybe a little bit of a leg spike here. Nepal, I don't think it would have mattered too much, which is at least the positive thing. It felt like Team Missing actually had that fight won. But yeah, definitely a little unfortunate to have that pause, especially right now. Maybe 1 fight to 2 fight territory. Now for both sides, and Cat Cafe has nothing to go into this next fight. You used all 4 ultimates that were available. Missing X-Ray, yes, you could say the same thing. They're pretty low as well, but they have a bola shot from Nadokado. Cameron's 35 away from the Kitsune Rush, so there is at least some resources to build a little bit here from Missing X-Ray. Cat Cafe, they're going to have to maybe take advantage of a mistake from Missing X-Ray if they want to pull back control at this point.
I'm smelling around 3. Not gonna lie. It looks pretty Team Missing X-Ray coded, unless they do something like an absolute. They have to like seriously fumble the pasta there. Drop the pasta, fumble the pasta. I don't know. There's pasta on the floor. That's all I can tell you. Lots of pasta. I want to eat pasta. I might have some, ironically, but yeah, this is. I think that's kind of what this game has come down to as well. Is if you're not having these insane pop-off plays, it's more often than not than who is making a mistake first. And I think for the most part, it has been Cat Cafe, the ones who have been, more specifically Tori, who's been punished for some overextensions, but they've actually thrown that around quite a bit on this fall map. It's instead been forced into errors.
Yeah, I think especially once the Wuyong change came in here from Missing X-Ray, they've looked a lot more cleaner. And like you said, the Lucio, if you're running to run the death ball, it can work very well. It just was unfortunate that the gap really was never closed that much, so it didn't really matter a ton. But instead here, look at this Cat Cafe.
Ooh.
They will actually make the late swaps. Missing goes over to that Tracer that we've been waiting to see. And it will be the return of the Lucio Curious, who's now trying to run it down here on the back line of X-Ray.
And Tori is in there like nobody's business, and that is one of those critical errors we're talking about. Nadokado also whips on the bullet shot. So Cat Cafe manages to get the cap just because Axe is so incredibly low, having 1 support. So at a bare minimum, you get the final fight territory basically for free while taking another battle, which Missing doesn't want to allow it. She's been insane on this Tracer entire series long. She wants to keep it that way. She just swapped. Already the pulse
Oh!
Missing is built different. If Cat Cafe win this, it's going to be on her back. And that is what happened. The Cats strike back in map 6 to win the lower finals and take it all the way to the last rematch against Timeless X Missing.
What a performance here, and what a final play from Missing. I think we're going to see it right here once again. The pulse bomb that saves them in this series. Able to find the one on Nadokado, looking around, trying to finish off the Kiriko, but instead it says, hey, I have this pulse bomb. Hi, Maga. Goodbye, team, and welcome to the grand final.
That's just insane. That is insane. Mission swapped to Tracer that fight. Jesse, she built a pulse bomb in one fight, got 4 final blows. Like, that is ridiculous. This is the Cat Cafe that we are going to see continue on to take against Timeless X. Missing, I seriously think they have the chance to upset.
Yeah, I think so too, considering how well that map went. And I gotta give my credit to Team Missing X-Ray. Like this, it was a little rough yesterday when they got swept by Timeless X Missing, right? It just looked like a little bit of a mismatch, maybe not feeling themselves the way they typically do. This was a fantastic performance.
So good.
From Missing X-Ray. I cannot wait to see more of this team once we get over to Champs. They are the number 3 seed, which at least for them, hey, they get to sit on the opposite side of the bracket of whoever wins this grand final. That in itself is a great benefit to have when you're going into that impactful of a tournament. But overall, a fantastic tourney. We'll get to see how they adapt to the new meta that we see here in the new season in just a week. But for now, they will bow out here in third, and it's Cat Cafe who get a little bit of a rematch opportunity now against Timeless X Missing.
Yeah, a long road for Cat Cafe. This will be their 3rd match they will be playing officially today. Granted, the first time these two teams faced off, Jesse, they didn't have Ivory. Their entire team was off-rolling just because of some other commitments. So the plate completely refreshed as we prepare to head into the finals of the summer season. We're going to send it to a short break and come back to you the last match of the weekend. we just witnessed what might be one of the greatest series in Calling All Heroes history, going all the way to 6 maps, insane clutch by Missin to close it out. But it was a journey from the very start, Jesse, because Cat Cafe not at full strength. It had to off-roll Katori on DPS at the start before Ivory could come on in.
Yeah, this first map feels like a day ago, right? Like, it just feels like this was a completely different series. Hattori on DPS, honestly, she did pretty well given the situation that she was in. But no, missing X-Ray, able to kind of take over from that point. But then we got into this awkward back and forth where Ivory's back in. It takes a little bit for Cat Cafe to get settled. But as soon as they did, like, Dorado just felt like it was all theirs. X-Ray had a few fights that were pretty decent, but other than that, it was just all a Cafe. And this is when we got into the awkward back and forth of, do we run around Bastion and with Cat? Do we really not? And it was just an incredible series to watch unfold.
Yeah. And I think, too, that when we got to see New Junk City, I'm like, I think this is the moment where I'm like, okay, this is going to be a series. Each team had their clear-cut strengths. They were creating these huge pop-off plays back and forth, and it managed to take us to one of the draws. I don't know. Again, we don't know when the last time we've seen a draw. We had to look in the rule book to figure out what the rules were for map picks and bans and everything, because that is how long it has been. And I think this was the extra life that Cat Cafe had to get them through this map. And this is also the rise of Missin that managed to bring them back into the series.
Yeah, I don't think without some of her plays, this map and the back half of this series, that this series ends the way it does. Just some incredible plays from the Flex DPS during this one. The fact that they hold on here for the draw on Hollywood, which at one point looked so good for X-Ray. And I think that was really where the momentum swung back in their favor. X-Ray maybe just starting to run out of gas a little bit here during the beginning. New Queen Street, it's just such a tall hill to climb. And from that point on, Cat Cafe able to run it here on Nepal.
Yeah, but lucky for us, we have an interview with the GOAT on the Tracer coming up as well. And it's just insane, the performance that we were able to watch today. Missin, first of all, love what I'm looking at right now. I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at. It looks very soft and fluffy.
It is. Sorry.
You're all good. First question I feel like I absolutely have to ask is, how are you feeling 6 maps into that series, ending it with one of the craziest plays that we have seen in Calling All Heroes history?
Feeling pretty good. It's chill.
It's chill?
Not much to say.
Yeah, that was a long series, but also just one that had so many twists and turns. How were you all able to kind of just stay locked in with so many different comps that everybody was trying to run throughout that series?
I think the main thing is that we just knew what comps we were good at. So we kind of knew on the maps that we're not, I basically can only play Tracer and Xion. So on maps where I can't really play that, we kind of just don't worry about it as much. So when we lose those kind of maps, it just doesn't affect us as much.
Yeah, I've seen you tell like Tracer in the back pocket of yours. There were so many plays, especially on Hollywood and Nepal there, where you just pull fights out of nowhere to go in your favor. How did it feel like, especially, getting the draw on Hollywood, getting the win there on Nepal? How are you all feeling now going into that final?
I think we're all feeling pretty good. We weren't able to have Ivory in our first match, so the fact that we have her now, it's a lot more of a relief because we're with our full roster. So I think this time we'll be able to get it done and win.
Awesome. We're looking forward to it. If this series manages to be topped by the finals, we will be so happy, and so everybody else watching too. It was incredible to watch. And you are going into this rematch, right, against Timeless X Missing. Do you have any words that you would like to say to them or to the people before you head into your last match of the weekend?
I mean, I hope they give me a Genji mirror. I always ask this team if they'll let me wear Genji, and they never do, so I'm down for a Genji mirror.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Get some Peace Genji going. I am so down for that. We'll cheer for the Genji Mare as well. So we'll add a third hero to your list there.
Yeah,
Yeah. Exactly. Awesome. Thank you so much, Missin, for giving us a bit of insight on your last series. Very excited to see you and Team Missing X, or excuse me, Cat Cafe go ahead for the last match of the weekend.
Yeah, we're all super excited.
Fantastic. Very chill. Very chill. I don't know how. If that was me, I'm sorry. I would be screaming at the top of my lungs. I am popping
Adrenaline would
off.
be through the roof if I pulled off a play like that, let alone like a set of plays that she did during that series. And I think maybe it is, again, we talked about it, the exhaustion a little bit. You played the first series today, well, other than Ivory. And then you just play a 6-mapper right there.
Mm-hmm.
And now you go into another first of 3. Like, it is a lot of Overwatch back to back to back. We're in hour 3, and now in hour 4, I should say. We're about 3.25 hours into this. It's a lot to take in, so I'm excited to see how they go into it. And it's been honestly a pretty long cooldown time for Timeless X Missing. We talked about it to where it can be a great advantage, seeing what your opponents are going to play. But you don't want to get cold either. You want to stay warm, and I'm curious to see maybe those first few fights, how it's going to work out.
And I think what we're going to see too, with them both being calm, relaxed heading into this match, is also a testament to their competitive experience as a team, and how that is going to be very much needed for the endurance side of things. We're going to go ahead, give Cat Cafe a bit of time to regroup as we get our summer season finals set up. So don't go anywhere. One more match is left for the Calling All Heroes playoffs. we've officially made it to the finals for our summer playoffs here. Calling all heroes, Cat Cafe coming off one heck of a 6-map series. Get the rematch against Timeless X Missing here in the finals.
Yeah, we get a little bit of a rematch, but a different flavor than we had during that upper bracket final. This is actually the full roster here for Cat Cafe compared to what we had earlier on with Ivory now joining the roster. You see, it was a 3-0 sweep for Timeless X Missing, who's only dropped one map on their run this bracket. That was actually to Nightmare Eclipse during the top 8, and that was a very close loss. I think that was over on Coliseo, if I remember watching one of the co-streams from earlier this weekend. So obviously they're going to be feeling pretty good going into this final. Cat Cafe has had a little more resistance on the way here.
You say a little, I say they had to play an extra 9 maps or so.
Just a few.
Just a few. That's not a big deal, right? But yeah, I think when we look at these two teams, they do seem like far and away the most experienced out of the players that we do have. And Cat Cafe, just watch them for 9 maps in a row. We're pretty familiar with them at this point in time, but that is a big question. Can they keep up that momentum? Do they still have gas left in the tank to have these strong performances that will be needed? Because Timeless X Missing is a completely different beast compared to what they have played. But of course, we can't talk about this team. We said her name so many times today. Mizzen is just on another level. If she can keep it up with this Tracer, with the Xion, or maybe even get her requested Genji Mirror with Peace, I think things will look up for Cat Cafe.
Yeah, if Mizzen keeps playing like she did during the end of that last series, Cat Cafe has a genuine chance to just pull off another upset here in the final. That is how well she has been playing as of late. And that's not to take anything away from the rest of this roster. We've seen some great plays from Juno. Cinnabar has done everything she has been needed to do over on the Jetpack Cat, and Atori is solid, as always. But on the other side, it's Timeless X Missing. And I think this is going to be interesting because I was wondering if this was going to happen. Peace has Face It Masters lower finals going on soon. So Sawhill, who is the tank sub for Timeless X Missing, is currently going to be playing DPS with Wisps.
So those Cat Cafe stocks just jumped like crazy because the main person that would be dealing with Mizzen is no longer in the field. Also, that is an appropriate swap from Jetpack Cat to Widowmaker. But yeah, Timeless X Missing in their own right, and I think this can help them carry through. Besides being individually talented, their experience behind this roster. Every single player has won at least one Calling All Heroes championship in the past. Wisps and Sniper having won 2, with the potential to be our first 3-time champions. Kind of insane to think about, but from top to bottom, the experience, the discipline, and familiarity between these players can carry them through. Will it do it against a Mizzen that is this hot? I'm not sure, to be honest, Jesse.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel bad for Sawhill. Like that is a rough way to enter a series. Just the fact that, you're going in for Peace, who's maybe one of the best flex DPS we have in North America right now. But also for the fact that you have to go against Mizzen, who's maybe one of the hottest players in terms of form that we've had all tournament long. Just a little tricky for Sawhill to go into. But you have to trust the rest of the process here. Wisp, we've seen, again, that they can just take over a series. And Timeless X Missing may need that kind of performance here in map 1.
Which I don't want to sound like that Timeless was so favored to begin with, because in Swiss stage, Cat Cafe actually beat Timeless in 5 maps before. Maybe 6, probably 5, just based on that. But they did lose earlier on today because of the off-rolling. And now with that script flipped on its head, see what Timeless X Missing can do here. They're going to elect to go back to Helios, which they had a pretty solid performance on before, just with how good Sniper was looking on the Stiva. Same with Wisps on the Freya.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very conscious band here from Timeless X Missing is get rid of the Bastion, take away, the Cat Bastion plays that could be pulled out, especially if you don't want, Wisp playing it. Sawhill is definitely not going to be comfortable getting thrown in that kind of position. So I think it's a very smart ban here for Timeless X Missing to go forward with. And now for Cat Cafe, what do you want to ban? That's actually Kiriko that will be taken away. So trying to take away one of Z's best heroes. We saw in that first series today how well she was able to play on the Kiriko. So take something away, maybe force something more of a Brig Juno here on Ilios.
You know what I'm sniffing out though, Jesse? Juno Ana.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is prime territory for it, particularly on Lighthouse. Not sure if you would run it on Well, especially, but Lighthouse and potentially Ruins. Ana is kind of good, especially in the hands of a player at the caliber of Juno. So I think that opens up the door for that. It guarantees that the cat can be played the way it likes. But also, you're not really playing Lucio Mizuki. Kiriko's kind of just the pairing in general for every single support comp we have seen so far.
Yeah, she's been top of meta for a very long time. And I don't think that's going to change unless this new season patch is something wild. But yeah, she has been at the top of the game for a long time. So it is going to be interesting to see how these teams want to go around it. I think, like you said, the Juno Ana, especially for Cat Cafe, could be an excellent option. Juno Brig is still very solid. You could also go like Bizu with Juno. It's a little bit tricky. And I wouldn't say you have a ton of quick sustain. It's a lot of, long-term healing. But a lot of that quick fire that you're going to see, especially from like a Freya or something, could be something that's a little bit worrisome to deal with.
This is, I think it's going to be sketchy for Timeless X Missing. I think Control isn't necessarily the best test for how this Sawhill substitute will work out. But I think it still does mean that Cat Cafe has to be at the top of their game. Wisps is still going to be firing on all cylinders. They were able to watch the entirety of the last series and kind of just chill out for the most part, and I think has looked a bit better, or at least more consistent value compared to that of Ivory for majority of this tournament. So that hits both of these DPS matchups are going to be the key components for the success of these comps. One will be a bit harder than the other. We actually have a change. It isn't Sawhill on tank instead of Sniper, who is still a tank player, but will be picking up the Tracer.
Okay. And I think that's honestly the better call. You bring in Sawhill, who's one of your subs. Obviously, again, a fantastic player, but put them on a role that they're more comfortable on, and then drag over Sniper to play the Tracer. Hey, we saw it earlier with a Tori. It didn't go that bad. So it's not the be-all, end-all here for this team. It's going to be the Sigma for Timeless X Missing. I will say, especially on Ruins, definitely the best map for the Sigma. And that's a Wisp. Kind of play very long range here. Try and find, Cinnabar Ivory before this fight gets too long into it.
Wisp is one of the few players that is legally allowed to play Widowmaker in this field, except for Cinnabar is the fun police and says, sorry, that's not happening at the start of this fight. And I think it's going to be difficult for Wisp to live on this map. They realize that as well. And we'll just go over the cast as Cat Cafe goes.
Yeah, you only have to get dove once by Cinnabar to understand that maybe it's going to be a little bit tricky to run the Widowmaker as much as he would love to run that. And now Sawhill, actually. Great pick over on Missing. Maybe trying to ride that high a little bit too much.
Yeah, but it is Tracer for Tracer, and the Cinnabar does not tank a boulder today. So an easy dive onto the Sigma. We'll go ahead and do it. I mean, Cinnabar has been more of a dive DPS than a support at this point.
Yeah, it's just like a Reddit Lucio, right? Like trying to dive in, get some damage in, get out, and then do some healing on the opposite side. You're talking about Juno being on the Ana, which obviously they are, but it's also Z's matching the Ana. And Sawhill will go over to the Diva, trying to be able to match this dive or even some counter dive when a Tori is going in for some of these engage. But now Wisp on the high ground just waiting. It's a lot of just waiting right now. Timeless X Missing, seeing if Cat Cafe will make a mistake.
Yeah, and that's really what you're trying to force. You don't have any big tools to go in with. Maybe Nano soon, but Z's and Wisp are under so much pressure combined from Shocker missing on this Tracer. Sniper not quite able to mark her as they are in the back line themselves. pulse bomb that ended up going wide, and it's gonna be close to final fight by the time these ults are actually up.
Yeah, pretty soon. The sniper obviously used that pulse bomb late. Didn't really get much, and that won't even be a part of the early stages of this final fight, thanks to the shot from Ivory. And we have 5 ults here, and you don't really have to worry about saving any of them for a future fight. It's going to be rough for Timeless X Missing.
I think your best shot is a cat eye, just getting huge value. Maybe you catnap something, but 5 ults to none is ridiculous. Also, Juno trying to anti-wisp mid-air is kind of insane. Not gonna lie. That bullet shot over the man, though. It is NY getting the pick and drags Ivory, I believe, into the enemy team. So that's a good start for Timeless X Missing, and don't really allow Cat Cafe to get the value out of their butts that they really should have gotten.
Oh, yeah, even at the pulse bomb thrown in at the end there from Missing, one that she's probably going to want back. So of those 5 ults that they had, 3 are gone. It is just the Catnap Nano from Juno and Cinnabar that remain. And honestly, Timeless has the better ultimates now. Going into this next fight, you still have that Cat Noon, which here we go.
Ooh, Sleep goes wide. The Matrix attempt is there. Yeah, no, Juno did not stand a chance between both Wisp and Sawhill basically standing on top of them. And yeah, they're just free to chill in the back line. This does find the opposing pick on Disease. So I think this is kind of Cat Cafe's sign. Like, we want to try pushing this fight. Wisp is having absolutely none of that.
Yeah, no, Wisp was like, all right, you're just going to line up for me? Perfect. And all of a sudden, this map has gone from Cat Cafe being in complete control to Timeless can do no wrong. NY is able to taxi Z's all the way back up. And, oh, well, maybe not exactly where Aziz was wanting to get dropped off, but still perfectly fine for now. Nano's still here for Juno to pop onto Ivory to get her close to this primal rage.
I think Victory is the best option unless your Ana just gets taken away. Nano still goes off though, and Juno has not enough gas in the tank. This is the first time we've seen the Cinnabar Nano though. And it's turning out kind of well. You can guarantee the pick onto Sawhill, although Ivory will steal it. Because that's just how that has to go. Cat Cafe, they'll have their clip, 99%. No more touch. It took longer than it should have. But Cat Cafe get the result they wanted.
Yeah, they get across the finish line, maybe just a little more messy than they were hoping it was going to be here. But a decent first round as we go over to Lighthouse for the second round. So maybe no hog shenanigans from Hitori quite yet. If we go to round 3, then maybe we would see it. But you look at the kills here. Yeah, like Missing 8 and 2. You know, Wisp is 7 and 3. Obviously pretty even across the board. Wisp just had a few of those big flashy plays with the Cat Noon and a few shutdowns as well. But I think so far it's been relatively even. And you got to give Sniper credit. Yes, they're 3 and 3, so it's not like they're doing a great job, but it's not like they're being the reason why a lot of these fights are going the opposite way. It has just been Cat Cafe. You win so many fights early on, you only have to win 1 of 4 at the end. It's just a tough hill to back though.
I mean, you're putting your tank on one of the most mechanically difficult DPS in the game in an extremely high-level competitive. Like, all things considered, it's working out for Timeless X Missing. I think a bit of miscommunication there, though, about how deep they were going on that push. Ends up costing Sawhill. It's very rare to see the Diva going down that quickly. But something that Cat Cafe doing their best to capitalize on. Wisp gets sat on by Hitori up top. The Cat Cafe first cap.
Yeah, another first cap here before the Cafe. And now, again, Timeless just have to find a different way out of this. Cinnabar, we were not thinking this was exactly the spot Juno was going to be in. But hey, if you have the headshot perk, you might as well try and take a few pop shots before the fight truly starts.
Fall-off damage, right? So,
yeah, right.
Yeah. So, if anyone's going to hit the shots, it would definitely be Juno. Deadly on this Ana. Same with Z's, but he's been under a bit more pressure from Missing. So he's been slightly more silent in just playing the I need to survive game. This is kind of an interesting spot from Juno. A very safe one. Can't really be touched, and it's a great LOS of the entire team. Well, they can't do much about that headshot. Z is on her namesake. Thrall. Timeless X Missing. They want to turn this around. No supports now. Actually, well, one support. Juno just off of Lala Land with no way to get back. taking a bit of time though to get the full flip, so 51%.
Yeah, like I said, Juno kind of just locked away. Sawhill will eventually
Whoa!
be able to escape after they're put on some pressure. And speaking of pressure, Z's just dove on by Cinnabar, but it doesn't matter so far. It's still enough damage going through. Ivory is able to snipe out Sniper, who got slept across map, and finds a third before they get eliminated.
That is ridiculous value from Ivory. Had basically no team near them. Still managed to bust it up. And the fact they got that flip so early, Jesse, there's only 7% for Timeless X missing. Vittori is free to do whatever she pleases in the spawn, and that just slapped Z around like nobody's business, or rather it's monkey business. She'll get out just fine. Last fight now.
Last fight, 3 ultimates, almost going to have 4 with the bolt.
Reaper come out, it would only because Sniper has decided to play the Malga, which please play the Malga. Don't let Hittori just email you again. The other option is the Diva. Like, it's not an ideal situation, but I know it is so much more comfortable for Sniper.
Yeah. Like the Diva, there's just not a ton of high ground here to work with, especially during the middle. So the Diva can just get kind of stuck at times, but again, it can work, especially when you know you're going against the Malga. You just play it more on the ground, more trying to eat up that cardiac overdrive damage to deny that self-heal rather than trying to dive in and, trying to kill Ivory and Juno, as the Cat Bastions are abundant.
Yep, Cat Bastion everywhere. Better check your radars, people. We'll be raining down some bullets today, but Peace, in fact, not on the Vendetta. They opt to go Shion. That's just missing purple.
I feel like when you're going against this Cat Bastion, though, the Vendetta can be rough. If you don't get that downward slash to bring them back down to the ground, you're pretty powerless against it. So, yeah, a lot of trust right now. On to Wisp and NY to get it done.
Yeah, Ivory holding on to the Bastion form there. Just knowing that the defense matrix is in the face of Wisp anyways. But listen, ends up getting picked off early. Some stray bullets from Wisps will connect. Although they are just kind of chilling in the back line. This retreat from Cat Cafe, they were like, oh, maybe we could do it, but it's looking rather sloppy.
Yeah, just a tad. I felt like Hattori went in, and then she realized she didn't have the support behind her that she thought she would have. 3 meters here for Cat Cafe, but very quickly we'll swap back over, and poor Misu just gets stuck. But will barely live at about 40 HP before getting healed up by the support of Cat Cafe. And already, look at this Wisp. Has their artillery strike about to be online. Can use it very early here as soon as Hattori engages.
And that is the advantage with the Diva, right? Is that your Bastion is in a much better situation. Because just Defense Matrix is consistent. It's either Ivory's getting Defense Matrix themselves, or Wisp usually has a shield, but not this time, because Peace was playing with Sniper on the high ground, trying to take space. That will result in the fall of kind of the main damage dealer initiator, Timeless.
Yeah, as soon as Wisp is gone, you have so much less damage to work with, and yes, Peace is going to work around, try and put some pressure, shift Cinnabar and Ivory to a safer spot. That's really about all you can do. Wisp now just sending over, trying to find Misoon, but she just dodges out of the way. No harm, no foul, other than the follow-up.
To say, I kind of wish she had 2 dashes there. Unfortunately, like, usually this is fine. I'm okay. It's the entire kitchen sink dumped on her, which, speaking of that, Peace goes to the Sudoku spree. Cinnabar attempted to cancel it for a short period of time, but realized, I don't want to touch that. Rough it. Just too little, too late. Tori will eat the self-destruct for a quick reset, and they will get close to forward spawns.
Yeah, Nenwai, I don't think gave Hattori much of a choice. Pretty sure she was just tethered and had to stare at it. It's like, yeah, it's the end. There, cage fight, artillery, ready to go here for Hattori Ivory. Kitsune rush here for both sides. Misun, not a ton of value so far, I will say, on this Shion. Peace has just been getting the better of the duel so far.
Yeah, it has not been close when we've seen these two Shions go together, and it's kind of brutal. You are missing. You're relying on her to be the main initiator because these ult fights just will not go your way. You don't have the Shion back it up. I'll be the forward spawns now.
This is getting out of hand very quickly here for Cat Cafe if they cannot put some fights together this is kind of what we saw earlier as well in the last series. You get a quick lead, you get to 70, 80 meters. It can be hard for the other side to gain enough momentum to deny that lead. So Cat Cafe really hoping to get this fight out so they can stop the bleeding.
Yeah, they got to start it. Not now, honestly. And once we get to this 5-minute mark, and his progress is kind of in your spawn, you're getting scared. If that's the pick you're looking for, listen, get the revenge on Peace. With that Bastion turnover, the rest of the Timeless, like, maybe we don't want to deal with that right now.
There's no need to overextend, right? If Peace will get back so quickly, you can just chill here on mid. You still have advanced spawns in your favor, and now you can just open up with your artillery to set the fight on your own pace.
That knife is in, which is more just a stun onto Wisps. It's helped set up the kill. This is good work done by Cinnabar. And he'll take it. The robot will get close to canceling the forward spawns. Doesn't look like anyone from Timeless will contest, so they'll start getting some progress going around.
Yeah, it still has the Satoriku spree from Misun. Granted, a lot of it could be eaten up from the Descent Matrix, but oh my god, with the bomb!
What was that? That was a Pokemon if I'd ever seen it, but it worked out. Ivory, no way to dodge out of the way. Cat Cafe, it kind of just cooked after losing the Bastion.
Yeah, Nedwai just grabs the bomb and just sends it towards Cat Cafe. That was excellent. And yeah, there's literally nothing Ivory could have done in that situation to get out of the way. Forward spawns won't get triggered back yet. Notori is going to make sure she holds the line, waits for the rest of her team to return.
They got time on their side, at least. There's no reason for Timeless to rush this, as I said before, so I think kind of just chill. And it's really knowing you're at an ult disadvantage, getting a pick now, especially one on the Juno, that's scary for Cat Cafe. You were kind of hoping this would be the big momentum swing in the fight, but they're just losing in the neutral. Missing Satsuri was free, gets a whole lot of nothing, and it's still Timeless coming up big. Just one ult committed.
Yeah, just sustaining every single blow that's coming in from Cat Cafe. And you can tell Cafe was like, oh, we maybe have this fight won. We don't want to commit too much. And instead, not able to put the final pieces together. Still hold on to 4 ultimates. Now you still have a Kitsune rush from Z on the other side that you have to worry about as well.
Now here's this big fight that they wanted to get. He's a little late, but has a Joyride. Fresh from delivery. That just won't matter. That is a Bastion and a Kitsune rush and a whole lot of bodies with bullet holes in them. Self-destruct is out, but no remech for Sniper. I believe forward spawns were tagged. So this will be a faster fight.
No, I don't think so.
Were they?
I don't think they got tagged. I think they fought it just close enough. No, they did not. So everybody will still get far spawn here from Timeless. That'll give Cat Cafe some breathing room on the re-entry here. They only have their artillery from both sides. It's going to be a very vanilla fight as we get going. But again, this is a fight that Cat Cafe needs to win.
Artillery strike out early, and Zone's out missing, I guess. She'll fall versus neither team has a Shion in this battle. But Cat Cafe putting all of their presence on this robot, knowing that getting forward spawns here is kind of a must. The problem is you're not going to have Listen for a hot minute. You need to make sure that Tori survives this wave. That's a defense matrix. They can attempt to get them out of the way. That attempt is successful. Can they keep everyone from the opposing strike? Yes, but Juno had a sliver of HP. Cat Cafe can't really keep this point the way they want to.
And this one, again, if you're Timeless, this is okay. Just take as much time off the clock as possible. You can draw resources here from Cat Cafe.
Gutsy play, and you better be thanking Juno for that Suzu. It kept her up. Unfortunately for Ivory, does not have that same luxury. Self-destruct tagged in once more, but it won't get the same value it did last time. Peace, on the other hand, their stats literally spree goes nuts. And with the robot already moving back to score this kill onto Hittori, that's brutal.
Yeah, Hittori is not going to spawn in for a long time. It seems like Misun is the target a lot of the times at the start of these fights. She has died first, I'd say almost 5 times. I don't know if that's maybe overestimating it, but it's felt similar to that number. And you can tell it's hurting Cat Cafe. They don't have that momentum to start these fights.
And even with this cage fight, like, there's not a chance. Missing can't do it. She even shooting rush at her back. Every single shot is being turned in her direction. They know the carry potential that she had, and it all started with that Tracer ban. The Robot has been grabbed for a little. I guess it has been abandoned. The Cat Cafe getting staggered out as much as they are. This will be even more progress if Timeless want to go for a full completion.
This feels like the end of the map right there, Molly. It really does. It's going to be a very tough task. It's already 90 meters and counting. 0 ultimates on the board here for Cat Cafe to try and drag this back before overtime. I think we're staring down the barrel of another map 6.
Yeah, it might just be the case. We'll see if some miracle can be worked. Tori just melted. Where did Railcore even go throughout that time period? The work of everyone focus firing on Timeless X missing. So we don't want to wait another 50 seconds. Let's just end this map right here and right now. Cat Cafe, last-ditch effort to get a touch in, but the self-destruct tangled above like a disco ball from Nedwai. Already just starting for Timeless and missing combined. This map might be over. I mean, this is crazy. Missing comes up with 2. What in the world? She's been getting beat up on the Shion. Comes out with the Widow, pulls 2 out of a hat. Staying on their feet. What is missing?
That was crazy. Granted, a lot still needs to be done here for Cat Cafe. Obviously, nowhere near through the onslaught. Everybody from Timeless will get close spawns. Probably need to win, a fight near mid, a fight near tick, maybe 1 or 2 more fights after that. So a long ways to go if Cat Cafe want to draw this back, but a great way to at least end this map, maybe not on a complete down note if you're Cat Cafe.
This is the cage fight that you want to set everything up with. Peace sets it into spree, and it'll get Ivory with the last burst. The Flex DPS and hit scan swapping roles. What is looking to be the final fight here on New Queen Street. Timeless X missing. Take map 5, and we are going to finish our finals in 6.
This might be one of the best days of calling our heroes we've had in a long time.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even think that is an over-exaggeration. Peace, not even on the Vendetta. Still getting work done on Flex DPS. It just felt like there was definitely a gap, right? I think Mishun, as soon as you take away the Tracer, she even talked about it earlier, like Tracer's obviously her best hero. She's had the Shion here and there. It just felt like every single time she tried to engage in a lot of these fights, there was an immediate answer from Timeless X missing. And it threw off so much of the timings of these engages to where by the time maybe they were starting to get the pieces together and how they wanted to work it differently, the gap was already too big. And Timeless, they bring us all the way to a map 6.
Now, Timeless is the lowest low that they possibly could have. And Peace is coming in, and it seems like Jesse, he might just be the hero wearing the cape for this team. We got one more map to go, and definitively only one more map to go for Calling All Heroes weekend. We'll send it to one last break and come back with a conclusion of what has been an epic final so far. A historic day in Calling All Heroes. We have had 2 back-to-back 6-map series in our day today, and it's going to end here 15 maps later. And it has been a slog, to say the least, down to 1 fight nearly every map, but this last one of New Queen Street, Jesse, Timeless X Missing, seem to find their groove.
Yeah, it's the best Timeless have looked all day. And that's a scary thing here if you're Cat Cafe. You want the momentum to stay on your side anytime there's a reverse sweep, right? Like, you don't want the team down 0-2 to feel like they have a chance in this series, to bring it back. Because it's, at some point, it feels like a train that you just can't stop. Granted, with Push being the last map type remaining, it's not like there's really a ton of choices that you get from that. Like, it's just this, or you get Coliseo, but you're going to be playing both very similar ways. Now we go over to Control. You and I are both expecting it to be Nepal for the final map of this series.
Mm-hmm.
It is the question of, is it a Vendetta ban here, or is it something else remaining from Cat Cafe?
Yeah, that is a great question. Like, the Vendetta... Is she on a ban? Like, I don't know. From this team, like, I don't feel like there is going to be a purely 100% this is the right answer to Peace. Will be for sure Nepal, though. That we can confirm. The one bright spot, though, if you are Cat Cafe, Tracer is back, and Missin just won't get permanently jumped on. That was kind of the win con for Timeless last map, is Missin wasn't allowed to play the game.
Yeah.
Ooh. What?
That is a shock to me.
Huh? And that's not a Timeless ban. That is a Cat Cafe ban.
That is a Cat Cafe ban. I am so confused on what is happening right now. And I haven't seen an edit note in our channel either. Wow, those are the bans. The Sojin ban, I actually don't mind if you're Timeless. But wow, it's a Mizuki ban from Cat Cafe.
Okay, so Mizuki ban.
My only thought is that... No, sorry. Yeah, the Mizuki ban from Cat Cafe. My only thing is that it's got to be a Protect ban on Cat, I guess.
They're playing Diva. They're still playing Diva.
Oh, but they're still playing Diva. I think there's other things you could have banned there to protect Cat, but also keeping the option open of Mizuki if the Cat fails.
Yeah.
You are putting all of your eggs in the basket that this Cat Bastion is going to work.
If they play it, like, what if they go back to like a Lucio Kiriko though, and then do? I mean, if you're playing Diva, you don't really need that. So,
No,
right? Yeah.
That is not the direction I thought Cat Cafe were going to take this. It can work again if they feel really confident on this Cat Bastion. I'm good with it. It's a risk considering how good the Vendetta has been, and this is a very good Vendetta map. Especially when you take away the Mizuki. There is no chain to worry about now for when Peace goes in.
I mean, Vendetta is good in Diva. Vendetta is good into anything that has less than 500 health. Yeah, no. Some extra time as well. I think we have a bit of a tech issue on a player side there. So we'll be getting into our map as soon as that is resolved. But a puzzling ban, to say the least, coming into the 6th and final map. First seed for Calling All Heroes Championships and $2,000 on the line. Just these teams, and I think you gotta stick with it. Timeless X Missing have clearly found a rhythm, and they think that this band is the best to keep that rhythm going. And honestly, who am I to question them at this point with how much success they have had in the last 2 maps?
Yeah, and that's completely fair, right? Like, take away the Sojourn, try and run it from there. I am so curious to see what variation Cat Cafe are going to run. Whether it be Cat Bastion, whether it be, Cat Cassidy, maybe. Just trying to play around the Cat Noons. It's a very interesting choice to see where we go from here. Obviously, we expect the Tracer to return this map. Like, there's no question about it. Like, Missin is going to bring back the Tracer. It is just kind of everything else, right? We expect the Maga to return, whether it be the Pharah or the Cat Bastion. What is the final huck here from Cat Cafe to try and win this #1 seed for champs?
And what else do they have to show out? I feel like all of their cards have already been put on the table. I don't think there's many aces you can hold up your sleeve at this point in time. It feels very readable what they want to do and how they execute it. I think the other option as well is, of course, if you're not playing something like a Diva, play the Zarya, and then you're kind of banking on that if you are Cat Cafe, because you can mow them down with the Malga. We do have our game set and confirmed. It will be the Cat Bastion from both of these teams, but it's that swap from Peace that we are most concerned about.
Yeah, it's going to be the Tracer actually to start off here from Peace. So a decent result here. Honestly, if you're Cat Cafe, you don't see Vendetta on the other side when Mizuki's out of the equation. That is the first win you're going to get, but look, it's already so much control here for Cat Cafe, and Peace has to dim.
Peace is like, ooh, that's for me? Wait a minute, I don't want that.
Wait a minute.
That's not cool. I definitely thought that was their own Cat Bastion or something by the looks of it.
I think Peace did too. It is like, oh, that's not mine.
Nope. Cat Cafe, though, will be the ones to move towards the objective first. They will consistently have that advantage, just being on the Malga. But it's this Tracer duel that Cat Cafe are banking on to win. And already, Peace has been struggling, being peppered down by Missin every single turn they've tried to take. They've made sure that they stay far away from this actual fight.
And you can see eventually Cinnabar and Ivory are just going to swing back around, and Wisp past the chain, chill, and just gets a little bit of an alley-oop, and now dives into the back line themselves.
What a rollout there from this Nenwai Wisp duo. That was so fun to watch. I don't think Ivory had nearly as much fun as we did, though. The rest of Cat Cafe decided to dip out. Don't want any more point percentage. Want to take this whole fight. No, never mind. They are going to return. Just wanted to wait for a couple of cooldowns. Speaking of cooldowns, he's almost has Pulse Bomb online just as Hattori falls. We'll likely see that one stay in their back pocket for now. Missing. We get a bit of a trade. Won't happen this time.
Yeah, and decides to hold on to the pulse bomb, understanding that the fight's probably lost enough to where you don't want to throw in and out like that near the very end. But 45% for Cat Cafe. No ults needed to be thrown in. And now we get a little bit of an ult bonanza here. 4 ults here for Timeless, soon to be 4 ults here for Cat Cafe. And don't be shocked if Victoria builds hers up pretty quick to make it 5.
And this, again, Cat Cafe are better when it comes to their ult combinations. A lot of Timeless are more individual plays for the most part. Age fight, that's kind of the gel for this team, but a piece stick. I'm not sure if that was on the Malga or on the Cinnabar directly, but either way, Timeless X missing for getting the job done. A clean team wipe through the opposing Kitsune Rush.
Super clean fight there for Timeless, and you get out the Kitsune Rush as well from Juno, which is a great plus going into this. Granted, you still have to worry about the artillery cage fight combo, but here we go. Wisp is already sent in, and almost finds Ivory.
Yeah, it was kind of a pull out there from Menwai. Didn't keep Wisp in the sidelines long enough. Self-destruct is there as Sniper. Usually the tagging Juno with it on the end, just on the ground as it was. But Cat Cafe, without Sniper in the way, no problem really. Picking this point up. Percentage, and then why to be gained. Won't quite be final fight.
No, not quite yet. Just kind of on the verge of it. Instead, Wisp uses their artillery defensively, tries to just break the cage right away to allow the rest of their team out, but just not enough to swing the fight in their favor. So, Mission has another pulse bomb. Got to look out though for the defense matrix. Sniper has eaten a few so far this series.
Yeah, Sniper's been on it. That's a hungry diva right there. I like that hungry hippos game, you know? But speaking of hungry, Jesus hungry for blood, specifically Missons. Without that tracer, it's the catalyst for Cat Cafe to get these fights going, or rather put pressure to prevent Timeless from taking the fight the way that they want to. This time though, Cat Cafe will get it to final fight territory by the time they return.
Yeah, at least the benefit there is you don't commit anything if you're Cat Cafe. The downside is you don't draw out anything either, though, from Timeless X missing. So you're pretty much exactly where you were entering that last fight. Very early from Ivory, maybe just to get an understanding of where everybody is sitting here near point before the engage actually begins.
10,000% is counting all from Ivory.
Oh, yeah.
And it doesn't make sure that you can get not only your passion in a good position, but Tori in the back. Nice stick from Peace. There was a Suzu on the other side. Save those for missing. Both pulse bombs hit, but no results. And it's Ivory. You can tell the lack of the Suzu is hurting Cat Cafe so much more. This Cage completely disregarded. The Sniper throws themselves into the back line and comes up with nearly everybody. 99% is there. As it goes down, Timeless 1 point away from getting the ultimate reverse sweep.
One of the most legendary reverse sweeps potentially we've ever seen in Overwatch esports. Like, this has been an unbelievable series. Now 1 round away. And now, what are the changes here for Cat Cafe? What can be changed to make this work? You look at the scoreboard here. It is a pretty wide margin from Timeless to Cat Cafe. Sniper is 18 eliminations and 10k damage mitigated in 1 round alone. It's going to be a lot here for Cat Cafe to try and bring back from Peace. Actually, gone on to the May to start us off here. So trying to wall off Hitori. It's a little bit more closed in here on this round, so I don't expect this to be used on any other round. But I like this, especially on the bridge. Try and wall off Hitori, get the free elimination.
Yeah, she doesn't exactly have a way out, so she just goes in. I like that energy, Hitori. Unfortunately, it doesn't do much good. But the boop is there from Cinnabar. Cat Cafe knew that it was looking grim, so they sent it. They were looking for these hero plays. Cinnabar comes up with a massive one. Gives them a chance. And then why? He's managed to live. And with having the tank on point, Cat Cafe just have to give it up.
Yeah. Then why she's just gonna hang out for a little bit, try and speed around Sniper. And it doesn't matter if there's presence on point quite yet, as long as everybody stays together. And
Hitori.
Look at this converge on Hitori.
That,
She gets deleted in a second.
that can't keep happening. Nobody else was there, by the way,
No.
from Cat Cafe. this is just weird to see Hattori play like this.
The exhaustion, maybe. Again, we are what 5.5 hours now into this
15.
roster play. Yikes! Yeah, map 15, everybody.
Yeah,
This bot's gonna go crazy. By the way,
Yeah.
my God.
Like I'm impressed they've made it this far to keep up competition. But I think you're starting to see some of those slips coming from this team and not running the bastion here, or like getting some of these off picks. Z's so far ahead. Let's soon a rush. Just lead everybody on a wild goose chase, but that's he's supposed to really not having a great time on this base so far, but the continued target is Hattori, and Cat Cafe have fought every single battle down their tank and may continue to do so. Proceeds to go forward. Sniper has a fully refreshed mech. Great movement there from Cinnabar. Get out of that alive and at least make sure Cat Cafe can get some percentage in.
Yeah, forces the rest of Timeless away. Sniper is just going to get healed up by Z and NY. Sound barrier is still here. Blizzard could just get thrown on the point to force another flip. Is trying to find the head there of Ivory, but Ivory not giving the opportunity away.
You absolutely cannot get this one up. Ivory, stops the your spree. Responded to the sound barrier, which it's great value because there's also a cage fight from Hattori in the back line. Cinnabar will be up to one of her own. Not before Hattori just frozen again. He has the major perk up, and unfortunately for Hattori and the rest of Cat Cafe, they are feeling the wrath of their main.
Yeah, one fight away now here for Timeless. Has the artillery and the Kitsune rush available. Cinnabar, she'll have to use that sound barrier just to withstand the rush, but it's only going to last for so long. If they're trying to look for an elimination, it has to be Musin, who is already marked here outside a point.
They have to go here, and now it's last fight for Cat Cafe. If they are going to make a difference, Missin has the pulse bomb in the back pocket. You're already down Juno. The sustain is so low, and it gets to comp that burst you down. It is not a good feeling at all. Cat Cafe, they fought so hard for this, Jesse. 15 max this team put in, but it will not be enough. They crumble in the final hour. Timeless X missing pull off one of the stripper sweeps we have ever seen, and will take the #1 seed in the Calling Hall Heroes Championships.
Simply phenomenal from Timeless X missing. The reverse sweep, 6 maps, bringing it all the way around to earn the #1 seed at Champs in a few weeks, and the $2,000 that comes with it during this tournament. Just an unbelievable performance from everybody across the board. Obviously, Peace kind of helped open the door for this team to get back into this series, but then it really felt like Wisps and Nenwai, they took it over the line with a lot of this Cat Bastion shenanigans. I feel awful for Cat Cafe because they played so hard, 15 maps to get to this point, but I think, like we said earlier, just ran out of gas here on Nepal.
Map 15 was the break point, unfortunately, and there's so many opportunities. I know Cat Cafe probably kicking themselves, but they played so well. And this is one of the single most entertaining days of Calling All Heroes we have ever had. And if this is just a taste of what we are going to get when the championships start in just a couple of weeks, then I'm here for this. I am ready. Get me back in. Get me watching these teams, because that gap is seriously closed at the top.
Yeah, it's not like last year we kind of all knew, like me and my friends gaming who won champs, we all kind of expected that to be the result. This year, it really feels like it is anyone's game still. Timeless now, the #1 seed, though, going into those championships. What an unbelievable game that was. And obviously, and again, it just feels like, yes, like champs, but it felt like this was a champs caliber matchup. I can't wait to see this game. Maybe like once, maybe even 2 more times in just a few weeks. It is going to be that good.
So when we get to finals that are best of 7, map 8, anybody?
Oh my God. Don't even.
We should.
It could be map 9. They could play hybrid twice when it's map.
Oh, don't.
It's
okay.
best of 7. I'm just.
Surely that won't be allowed.
Theoretically.
Surely that won't be allowed.
I think
let's put
production's
big air
probably
quotes on that
screaming
one.
at me for even bringing that into existence right now.
that'll be the ultimate caster. I'd call it a caster blessing. I'm personally here for that. But what we're also here for is a player interview from the Timeless X Missing rosters. We're gonna take a short break, get that all set up, and we'll be back to hear from our first place team.